Chapter 1389. As the attendant of Mystery's potion entered his body, Klein immediately felt like he was swelling up. In the blink of an eye, he lost his sense of his body and the worms of spirit. He watched helplessly as they dissipated, fusing into the spirit world that couldn't be described with normal words or understood with normal logic. It was as though they were about to disintegrate into abstract, messy information. At that moment, Klein only barely retained his consciousness and self-awareness. He floated in the spirit world that was filled with countless strange figures. After losing his sense of his body and beyonder characteristics, he endured all kinds of thoughts, information, knowledge, symbols, and labels. He was on the verge of completely losing himself and fusing with the spirit world. If this continued, Klein would definitely be completely lost. But at this moment, a certain region in the spirit world formed a connection with his consciousness. It corresponded to a town, and the people inside lived ordinary lives. They had their own names, their own stories, and their own fate. They intertwined with each other, bringing with them the complete information of the spirit world, which was also a concept in an abstract sense. This town was eventually destroyed in a terrifying natural disaster and buried in the dust of history. Klein dispersed like fog. His body that had nearly fused with the spirit world, under the guidance of fate, fused with the spirit world projections of different utopian marionettes and regained corporeal form. Byam, in the basement of the Cathedral of Waves, in a room that was no longer sealed. Alger stretched out his hands and pressed down on the door in front of him. The surface of the door was blue in color, and there were mysterious and strange engravings protruding from it. It was already half open, and inside was a deep darkness without any light. It was unknown which world it was connected to. The darkness seemed to have a life of its own. At that moment, it was silently surging out like a stream of water, eroding the surrounding area. Bang! Alger exerted strength with his feet, causing the ground to crack and spew out scarlet magma that was close to white. This was a disaster he had created. His goal was to stop the advancement of the darkness. However, after the surging magma entered the darkness, it vanished without a trace. As a result, the darkness shrank back a little and paused for a second before continuing its erosion. Boom! Alger continuously created hurricanes, torrential rains, and lightning disasters, repelling the darkness again and again. As for his hands, he firmly pressed down on the blue door, preventing it from opening any further. If it was only this Grade 1 sealed artifact, Alger wouldn't have any problems. He would even have the strength to attempt sealing it. However, at that moment there were two equally dangerous items around him. This forced him to sing loudly, using the melody of death to influence his surroundings and interfere with the operation of the other sealed artifacts. He also built layers of blue seawater around him. The walls were slowly dyed grayish-white, as though they had turned into stone. This trend was unstoppable as it spread towards Alger's body. I can last for at most 30 seconds. The Lord of Storms hasn't responded. Thoughts raced through Alger's mind as he suppressed his reluctance and indignation and quickly made a decision. Of him of his, he immediately of Blue Mountain Island, in the primitive forest of Blue Mountain Island. At the door of flesh and blood, layers of collapsing and condensing, the spheres of light that were seeking a qualitative change seemed to form a figure constructed from layers of doors. This figure wore a blood-colored tide as its robe. Its body kept distorting and changing, reflecting the different regions of different planet. At this moment, a blinding ray of sunlight tore through the night sky. It descended from the astral world, melting everything it touched along the way. Beyond this ray of sunlight, the darkness that couldn't be seen surged over, attempting to devour Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham, who was seeking to advance to Sequence 0. The ground where the altar was located shook violently as a huge hole tore open, allowing the door of flesh and blood and Bethel Abraham to fall into the depths of the earth's core, facing the chaos sea that contained all colors and possibilities. Following that, a blurry light seeped out of the void and enveloped the forest, attempting to restore the trees, soil, and altar to the most basic particle structure. And in the only gap of the glimmer of light, a pair of brass eyes appeared. They stared at the door of flesh and blood and Bethel Abraham, wanting to reflect their appearances into their pupils. Mr. Door let out a low growl, causing the blood-colored robe to flutter. This robe connected to the evil tide that surged behind the door of flesh and blood, spreading out crimson moonlight. Upon touching the moonlight, the night that couldn't be seen through automatically gathered together. It stretched out its limbs and head, turning into a female human that resembled a shadow. It possessed its own life, its own consciousness, and was no longer controlled by the user. Without exception, the glaring sunlight turned into a young man wearing armor of flames. The shaking earth grew eyes and closed its mouth. The barrier formed by the faint light revealed terrifying facial features. Around the brass-colored eyes, eyelashes drilled out and turned into wings. These obstructions and disturbances fell into chaos at the same time, giving Mr. Door a chance to catch his breath. Seizing this opportunity, he entered the final step of becoming a god. At this moment, the door of flesh and blood suddenly collapsed and covered the surface of Mr. Door's body, making him seem to turn into another person. Klein's body seemed to split into countless people. They had their own preferences, their own personalities, their own perseverance, and their own fate. They lived in a town called Utopia. These people quickly lived through their short lives. Amidst the torrential lightning, they woke up and realized what their most intrinsic identity was. They were Zhou Mingrue, Klein Moretti, Sherlock Moriarty, German Sparrow, Don Dantes, and Merlin Hermes. A thing could have many names, but its essence wouldn't change. These people raised their heads and looked up at the illusory city in the spirit world. They saw illusory and dense spirit body threads, a symbol formed from a portion of the pupilless eye and a portion of the contorted lines. With this symbol as the core, Klein's figure was outlined with his eyes tightly closed. Worms of spirit, bits of beyonder characteristics, and pieces of self-awareness flew up from the corresponding spirit world region of Utopia. They were cast towards Klein's slightly illusory body, allowing it to gradually become corporeal. At this stage, there was no clear boundary between Klein's spirit body and his body of flesh and blood. It was both one and separate in a rather subtle state. In other words, a spirit body could be equivalent to a body of flesh and blood, and a body of flesh and blood could also fuse with a spirit body. As long as Klein was willing, he could switch between these two states at any time. Of course, he could also separate his body of flesh and blood from his spirit body. Each had their own uniqueness. This was just a matter of a thought. 2 seconds later, the reorganization was completed. Klein, who was floating in the depths of the spirit world, opened his eyes. His pupils were only deep black without any light. He had already advanced to sequence 1 and become an attendant of mysteries. Silently, a grayish-white fog appeared behind him. Above the fog was an ancient palace. Inside the palace stood a door that was stained with bluish-black colors. It was formed from countless spheres of light. This door of light appeared rather clearly in the spirit world. It separated out a rather blurry phantom and cast itself towards Klein's body. As the phantom transformed into a complicated symbol and imprinted itself on Klein's glabella, the entire spirit world and the real world outside began to tremble gently, as though they had encountered an earthquake that came from an extremely distant place. At that moment, Klein's surroundings turned dark. Illusory stars appeared one after another. They surrounded the strange door of light as though they wanted to gather over. Among these illusory stars, the 2 largest stars overlapped, corresponding to a certain region in the real world. As for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th stars, they were located elsewhere in different places. Through these illusory stars, Klein saw Mr. Dor and Amon on a particular island. He saw the concealed world, Antigonus in the dilapidated palace, Zeratul who was hiding in an unknown land, Pallas Zoroast who was on Leonard, and dark demonic wolf Kotur with the help of the anomaly that occurred when he gained further control of Sapphira Castle. Klein found the angels and kings of angels that corresponded to the three pathways of mysteries. Of course, this vision could only last for a few short seconds. Once Amon and Zeratul reacted and used the right method to hide themselves, Klein would no longer be able to lock onto their true bodies. Without any hesitation, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The staff of the stars that was originally placed in Sapphira Castle appeared in his palm. He also split out a portion of the worms of spirit and allowed them to enter Sapphira Castle to prevent any anomalies and respond to his believers. After becoming an attendant of mysteries, Klein's control over Sapphira Castle deepened. He could take out the items inside at any time and anywhere. In the next second, the many gems on the staff of the stars lit up. Klein's figure disappeared from the spirit world and instantly wandered into a swamp, appearing in front of Zeratul. The hooded, black-robed, white-bearded Zeratul didn't panic. As he used the beyonder powers of an attendant of mysteries to make all kinds of connections, he extended his left hand and grabbed at the void in front of him. Gradually, Alger's body turned grayish-white as he was about to petrify. Could it be that Mr. Fool no longer cares for me because of the failure of monitoring Verdun? He frowned slightly and wanted to give up, but he stayed underground. At that moment, a grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. All the sealed artifacts fell silent. After Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham was covered by the door of flesh and blood, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "You want to bring the disaster back to reality?" Bethel Abraham's movements suddenly became a little sluggish. "Give up. I have a way to deal with it. I'll let you sleep in peace and give you the peace you want." The familiar voice sounded again. P.S. The first monthly ticket for March has been updated. Updates will be made later. Chapter 1390. Mr. Dor's figure, which was condensed from a ball of light, paused there, as though he had fallen into an intense internal struggle. The layers of doors in his body were just short of completely overlapping. Amidst the illusory crashing sounds, the crimson tide that could barely squeeze through the gap of the door of flesh and blood became even more turbulent. The blood-colored robe landed heavily, about to wrap around Bethel Abraham once again. But as it descended, the surrounding brass eyes that had grown wings, the young man in flaming armor, the blurry barrier of light that accentuated his terrifying facial features, the land that had opened its eyes and closed its mouth, and the shadow-like woman disappeared at the same time. They silently vanished from this world. In an instant, a blinding sun appeared above the forest. The day replaced the night, causing all the shadows to rapidly dissipate. This forced the blood-colored robe to flutter once again, scattering out more crimson moonlight, causing all the disturbances to return to his mother's embrace. Seizing this opportunity, Mr. Dor's figure closed his slightly illusory eyes and lowered his head. "All right." With great difficulty and pain, he let out the first sound he made after returning to reality. His figure completely froze. Then, he raised his right hand and brought it close to his face. In the next second, Mr. Dor raised his head and wore a crystal monocle on his right eye. On the monocle, a beam of light instantly erupted, illuminating the entire world. At that moment, all the errors that caused the seal to fail were corrected. All the seemingly normal actions had errors, and all the clocks had skipped a few seconds. The ritual of a marauder's sequence zero error was, to replace, his position during someone else's apotheosis ritual, and Mr. Dor's return seemed to have directly triggered his apotheosis ritual. The light immediately converged, and Mr. Dor had already turned into a man wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. In the blasphemer's hand was a key that was made of pure starlight, looking rather ancient in style. Above him, the blood-colored robe fell, about to embrace him. Behind him, the crimson tide angrily squeezed through the remains of the gate of flesh and blood, about to completely squeeze into the world. In this short moment, the blood-red moonlight shone brightly, blocking the sun, the dark night, the earth, the misty light, and the strange white tower. In the face of the erosion from the outer gods, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up slightly. He stretched out his right hand and took out an abnormally ancient stone slab with a mottled surface. The first blasphemy slate. Then, he used the stone slab produced by the Chaos Sea to block the remaining gap in the door of flesh and blood. He used it as a substitute to receive the falling blood-colored robe. The first blasphemy slate immediately turned illusory, as though it was connected to a boundless sea that contained all colors and possibilities. This sea surged violently, swallowing the blood-colored robe, blocking the crimson tide that came from the starry sky. The door of flesh and blood, which had already collapsed, rapidly shrank and quickly disappeared. An angry and terrifying roar sounded, echoing endlessly. In the next second, the crimson moon appeared in the sky again. Its color quickly faded as it became bright. And above the brightness, there seemed to be a huge, distorted crimson figure. Wearing a pointy hat and a classic black robe, Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and waved at the crimson figure and the bright moon that were staring at him. Then, with a smile on his face, he bowed slightly and bowed to the surroundings. Inside the corpse cathedral, where a huge cross stood, countless skulls watched with their empty eyes. Dressed in a simple white robe, Adam looked at the lightning outside the stained glass that showed no signs of stopping. He slowly got up and walked to the pool of flesh left behind by Klein. He bent down to pick up the ancient and mysterious mirror. Then, he turned around and walked towards the second blasphemy slate. The first figure summoned by Zeradal from the fog of history was still Roselle Gustav, who wore a dark red coat embroidered with golden threads and had slightly curled chestnut-colored hair. To this attendant of mysteries, he knew quite a number of angels that could be summoned in his long life. There were only a few that were stronger than a sequence one knowledge emperor. For example, the ancestor of the Antigonus family before he became the half-fool, the angel of fate Ouroboros, and the upper echelons of the Red War Army that could indirectly obtain the power of the Red Angel. But in the present situation, Zeradal believed that it was safer to first summon Roselle Gustav's historical void projection. Before the ancestor of the Antigonus family became the half-fool, he was also a sequence one attendant of mysteries. He would be suppressed by an enemy who had further control of Sapphira Castle and whose level exceeded most kings of angels and was close to that of a true god. After Zeradal chose to cooperate with Rose School and Adam, the success rate of summoning the Angel of Fate Ouroboros would undoubtedly drop. It wasn't suitable for him to attempt it at a critical juncture. The Red War's upper echelons, who could borrow power from the past Red Angel, didn't directly possess the powers, so the actual effects they could produce wouldn't be much stronger than Knowledge Emperor Roselle Gustav. In comparison, Zeradal would definitely choose the historical projection that he was most familiar with and was the easiest to summon. His plan was to seize the opportunity when German Sparrow wandered over and didn't prepare the historical void projection ahead of time. He would use Knowledge Emperor Roselle Gustav, the upper echelons of the Red War Army, and Abomination Sua to hold him back, giving himself enough time to create a miracle. The moment Roselle's figure appeared, complicated and illusory symbols immediately condensed in his eyes. He wanted to inject large amounts of miscellaneous and useless knowledge into his target's mind, causing his head to explode. At the same time, Zeradal used the various connections he had set up ahead of time to shift his location. This swamp was his home ground. As he let slippery and transparent tentacles penetrate the hooded black robe and extend into the fog of history, he summoned the upper echelon of the Red War Army. At this moment, Roselle Gustav's historical projection suddenly turned his head. Using the subtle connection between them, he looked at Zeratil's true body. Zeratil's mind was instantly filled with a large amount of redundant information and useless knowledge. His head nearly exploded, and his thoughts were temporarily unable to move. He froze there. His eyes didn't even have the time to change. The historical projection of knowledge Emperor Roselle Gustav that he summoned had betrayed him. Klein was both surprised and unsurprised by such an outcome. What wasn't surprising was that this was something he was in charge of. His worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle had already grafted Roselle's current state with the concealed state that Klein had experienced. What was surprising was that Adam hadn't warned Zeratil to be careful of Roselle Gustav. After Klein had previously sensed that there were some coincidences, his preparations were to use the connection between the Fool's symbol and Roselle Gustav's seal. Through the corresponding prayer point of light, he had transformed a worm of spirit that carried certain words and will into light and threw it to his fellow countryman who was sleeping, awakening him. And with the help of a miracle, him was given some power to temporarily suppress the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity. At that time, the worst situation that Klein could prevent was that something had happened to him and he was unable to contact Sapphira Castle. As for the worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle and the other worms of spirit that were scattered in different places, they would lose control and be unable to save themselves. Once he gave Roselle's worm of spirit a mutation, Roselle would know that something had gone wrong. He would use the Black Emperor's ability to distort order to make the worm of spirit remain lucid for a certain period of time. As for the method that the worm of spirit and Roselle would discuss to save himself, Klein didn't know either. This was the true reason why he could hide it from Adam. With his experience in the Hall of Truth, he knew that he wouldn't have any secrets when facing a visionary. Any method he thought of to save himself, regardless of whether it was something he had accumulated in the past or something that had just occurred to him, would be clearly seen and heard by Adam. At his level, the only way to avoid it was that even he didn't know how he would save himself. Of course, visionary Adam knew without a doubt that Klein had a worm of spirit in Roselle Gustav's Black Emperor mausoleum. He knew that his backup plan definitely came from there, but he couldn't pry into it because it was a place corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity. It was a deity that had been corrupted by the cosmos. Prying into Roselle Gustav's thoughts was akin to prying into an outer deity. This was the difference in level. It was precisely because of this that Klein could calmly ask about all kinds of secrets and decipher the second blasphemy slate. On the one hand, the knowledge was indeed tempting. On the other hand, he was stalling for time and waiting for the other side to save himself. At the same time, he didn't let his mind be completely idle, as he couldn't help but think about how he would save himself. As a result, Klein had a preliminary suspicion that the reason why Adam had shared so many secrets with him, apart from the reason he couldn't guess at the moment, was to induce him to think about how to save himself. From there, he could find clues and stop him, ahead of time. Therefore, the questions and answers in the Corpse Cathedral were also a clash of the mind. Klein had to constantly control himself and not let his thoughts run astray. And under this premise, Adam clearly knew that something might happen to Roselle Gustav, but he didn't warn Zeratil. Regardless of the reason, Klein didn't have any thoughts of letting go of the opportunity in front of him. He immediately raised the staff of the stars in his hand and skillfully simulated the powers of a worm of time. Clang! The phantom of an ancient mottled stone clock appeared. The dial was separated into 12 asymmetrical parts by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each part had different symbols that represented different times. Clang! One of the 3 needles at the core of the stone clock jumped as Zeratil's body completely froze in place. Klein immediately transformed into a maggot vortex that extended countless slippery tentacles. In the middle of the vortex was the phantom of a strange door of light. The door of light didn't move as the vortex spun rapidly. A terrifying suction force wreaked havoc as it forcefully extracted the Beyonder characteristic from Zeratil's body. This was the method Pallas Zoroast had used to deal with Amon's avatar back then. He relied on his level to forcefully gather them. Bit by bit, the Beyonder characteristic flew out faster and faster. By the time Zeratil escaped the frozen time and the explosion of his mind, he was already unable to extricate himself. All he could do was watch in despair and sigh as his body was completely lifted up and fell into the dark maggot vortex. A few seconds later, the vortex outlined his body again as Klein's feet stepped onto the ground. In the fog of history, Zeratil's figure appeared again and again, but he was unable to snatch back the Beyonder characteristic from him. In the end, him could only fade away, unable to completely revive. Klein used the effects of the ritual that hadn't been completely eliminated to directly devour Zeratil's characteristic. He wanted to reduce the influence of the celestial worthy in him. While the corpse cathedral was still floating in the sea of lightning, Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe and had a pale golden beard, suddenly appeared at the edge of the sea in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. The sea parted, revealing a path that led straight to the place that was stained with the blood of the ancient sun god. It led straight to the projection of the giant king's court, straight to the forsaken land of the gods. Deep in the forsaken land of the gods, at the peak of a particular mountain, a gigantic cross stood erect. A faintly discernible figure hung upside down. End of Part 7. P.S. I wrote over the word count, so it's a little late. I'll update it first. Chapter 1391. In fact, under normal circumstances, this novel should be written for another 30 to 40 chapters. It could be written like this. Little Ku eliminates the interference, resists the destruction, and controls the fates of the marionettes in Utopia until the ritual is ready and he advances smoothly. During this process, he would unfold the stories of the others to make the overall story more complete. That was what I originally considered, but later on, I felt that such a development was an insult to the intelligence of the villains. It was impossible for Zeratil to sit there and wait for death. It was also impossible for Adam and Amon to wait for Klein to advance, or to interfere with him with low-intensity probes. It was as though they were playing a game. The necessary choice for them was to create an opportunity to unleash all their strength or deal with Klein directly, or get Verdu to hold a ritual to release Mr. Dorr when Klein was powerless to stop it. Once this opportunity appeared, it would definitely be a stormy development. There wouldn't be any relief, and the conflict would completely erupt. Everyone would use all their strength to achieve their goals, pushing the tide to a new height. This was also the reason why the pace of the final parts of the 7th installment had suddenly sped up. This was a development that was inevitable after Adam joined the matter. This was a choice that the other party would make as long as they had any intelligence. It was impossible for them to allow Klein to prepare in an orderly and leisurely manner. This was very reasonable. Back to the name of this novel, The Hanging Man. Its main meaning came from the interpretation of tarot cards. I gave it the two most obvious meanings. First, take the initiative to sacrifice yourself or pay the price. Second, when in a predicament, don't struggle in vain. Instead, look at the problem from a different angle, calmly examine yourself, think about the future, and patiently wait for something to happen. As for the first point, ever since the 7th installment, the ones who made sacrifices were Roselle, Mr. Dorr, and the ancient sun god in the story's background. The ones who decided to give up important things and pay the price were Alger, as well as Little Ku, the true creator, and Adam. Little Ku had finally inherited the celestial worthy's legacy in a certain sense. Not only did he use the separation characteristic of the curtain to make up for himself, but he also made a deal with the genie. If the true creator and Adam wanted to fuse, one or even both of them would have to give up some of themselves, especially if Amon hadn't handed over the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, the crucifix and the hanging man in the last scene were hinting at this. No matter how disdainful, cold, or heartless Adam was in other aspects, he wouldn't run away from this matter. Since he couldn't obtain an absolute advantage, he would rather make some sacrifices. This point also corresponded to the words at the beginning of the scroll. All living things have divinity. Divinity not only overlooks all living things, but also surpasses human nature. There are good and bad in both. As for the second meaning of the hanging man, it was hidden in the various matters in the 7th installment. The most obvious one was Little Ku's reaction when he was ambushed and in a desperate situation. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the content of me. From a different perspective, living as me, and looking at problems and thinking about the future, Little Ku's godhood would rise, but his human nature would remain the same. Apart from these 2 points, there was also Alger's predicament and decision, as well as the game between Audrey and psychological alchemy, etc. Yes, previously, I had actually considered sacrificing Alger in this volume and adding in Furs. It would revolve around Mr. Dorr, but later, I realized that I had added a Western continent line to Alger. What's going on? Therefore, I could only settle for the next best thing, getting him to completely give up on the past and his status. As for Furs, she's just too salty, so salty that I don't even know how to push her to take the risk. As for the other summaries of the 7th installment, I wrote them a few days ago in the March summary, so I won't go into detail. All I can say is that I'm very satisfied with the slow pace at the beginning, the different perspectives, and the different narrative technique. As for the intense ending at the end, it's a result of the conflict between the characters. They have their own thoughts, their own choices, and their own fate. As an author, I can't say that this is the best, but I have to respect it. When a story develops to this stage, when the fates of the characters are intertwined and converge into a torrent, it means that the end has arrived. As for the other 2 points, the first is Mr. Dorr. Mr. Dorr's sacrifice had been set up for a long time, so in the end, it was only presented with a few simple actions and a sentence. There wasn't any additional sensational or unnecessary description. I think that's pretty good. 1,000 words are in that choice. The second is Zeridol. To be honest, I originally hoped for a huge battle. Curly Tail has to have a huge battle, but after Little Ku used Genie to complete his advancement, his strength and status have been reversed. Furthermore, there's also Roselle's backstab. I really can't think of how Zeridol can turn the tables. If it's said that in Utopia, Zeridol could still create a miracle when faced with such a situation, then after escaping in a hurry for the first time and losing his marionette and the initiative, I don't think there's a need to worry about writing new words. Of course, I don't like to add memories to the villains before they die. This results in Zeridol, who has always been secretive and mysterious, not having enough stories. His character's image isn't fully developed, and this can be said to be a pity. And this is also a problem I've always wanted to resolve. Bosses are habitually set to be too strong, resulting in him not having many chances to appear. As a result, when he appears at the end, there's a lack of consistency and a lack of accumulation of emotions. It's difficult to create the impact and explosive feeling that I want. I hope that Amon can bring me an opportunity to resolve this. Alright, that's all for the 7th book. It can be said that this book has the highest number of subscriptions. The last few copies are at around 65,000. Usually, it's maintained at around 59,000, with the lowest being less than 57,000. Ever since Mysteries began, it's not surprising that the average number of subscriptions has been increasing. It's very rare for the subscriptions of every book to increase. To me, this is the first time it's happening. Yes, the name of the 8th book is easy to guess. The Fool. It starts with the clown and ends with the fool. Going by the usual schedule, I will rest for 3.5 days. Today is half a day plus Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. I will update on Thursday, which is the 9th of April at 12:30 p.m. I have already thought of the ending scene before I open the book. However, I still have to think about how I should develop it. Also, I have to think about the battle of wits and courage with Amon. Lastly, since I have opened a single chapter, I might as well ask for a monthly ticket also. I will be promoting a book, My Cell Prison. It's also about occultism and Cthulhu. Just by looking at the author's name, Fei in yellow reincarnated into a cell, carrying the power of the Book of Prison and arriving at the parallel world where the Ancient Ones have awakened. Steam civilization, horror dimension, old Yongye king, hybrid demons outside the city. The gate of destiny has been opened. Crusaders, library, control, machinery and occultism will become a brand new growth system for humanity. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. The courageous knights, galloping under the world ruled by the ancient kings, reclaiming the freedom that belongs to humanity. Chapter 1392. Late at night, the sound of doors and windows opening woke Wendell up from his deep sleep. He got out of bed warily and surveyed his surroundings. What exactly happened? Did Utopia encounter a huge storm? Wendell, who hadn't slept well for the past few days, finally fell into a deep sleep, but he had no choice but to wake up. His thoughts were still a little frozen, and he appeared rather confused. He then realized that there was no wind blowing in through the wide-open window, nor was there any rain. It was as if he had opened it in his sleep to take in a breath of fresh air. Wendell suddenly thought of the Beyonder incidents he had experienced and learned about through the dossier. He thought of the fear of the unknown that had once ruled his heart. He didn't know what would happen next, nor could he guess what he would encounter. He felt a chill run down his spine as he trembled. At this moment, he heard a commotion outside the door. All kinds of sounds entered his ears. There were the sounds of running, the sounds of certain actions being judged, the sounds of the current order being modified, and undisguised shouts. "There's an abnormality with the underground seal. Raise your guard." The underground seal? What's sealed beneath the Irises Hotel? Wendell was surprised and confused when he heard that. He couldn't help but walk to the door and look around. He then saw his MI9 colleagues whom he barely knew, as well as Colonel Zio Dericha, who was on duty tonight. MI9 found Utopia through me? They're going to deal with the abnormality here? Just as this thought flashed through Wendell's mind, he subconsciously frowned. He realized that the layout of the corridor outside was completely different from the Irises Hotel. Not only were there gas wall lamps on both sides, but there were also classical lampstands. The floor was maintained to be very bright, and the floors were more than 3 meters tall. This isn't the Irises Hotel. Wendell suddenly turned around and sized up the room he was in. He quickly recognized that this was his bedroom at MI9 headquarters. His luggage was placed quietly in the corner without any signs of being moved. Wendell remembered very clearly that he had gone to Utopia through the bathroom in his room. He wasn't too confident, so he didn't bring any luggage with him. He only took the document from Utopia's police court. Tap, tap, tap. He quickly ran to the window and looked outside. What he saw was the garden and the lawn that belonged to MI9 headquarters. I'm back in Bakeland? Or did I not return to Utopia at all? I was just too tired to sleep and had a dream? Wendell walked back to the bed in a daze and sat down. After 10 seconds, he suddenly jumped up and picked up his jacket from the ground. Then, he saw the Utopia court document lying quietly in the inside pocket of his coat, which should have been in the drawer. Wendell fell silent, as if he had turned into a statue. Travel columnist Monica also woke to the sound of the window and the door banging against the wall. She sat up and pulled the blanket up to cover her chest. Her sleepy first thought was that a robber had broken into the hotel, so she prepared to scream and call the police. But in the next 10 to 20 seconds, Monica didn't hear any footsteps entering her room. She only felt more and more people gathering in the corridor. What happened? It doesn't look like a storm. Is someone playing a prank? Damn clown. If I find out who it is, I'll definitely kick his ass. The sounds of discussion rose and fell, mixed with all kinds of curses. Monica didn't think much of it when she first heard it. Instead, she followed the words of the crowd outside and seriously thought about the reason for this strange incident. She wanted to write it down in her travelogue. However, as she listened, she gradually realized that something was amiss. How could the Iris's Hotel in Utopia have so many guests? She remembered very clearly that on this floor, there were at most 5 rooms with occupants, and that included her room. At that moment, Monica thought of the ghost stories she had read and heard. She immediately felt that there were vengeful spirits and shadows outside the door. She had originally extended her feet to the side of the bed, preparing to go out and participate in the discussion. She wanted to grasp more details and accumulate material for her future writing. At that moment, she retracted her feet and curled up into a ball, trembling. A few seconds later, she heard a man say, "I asked the hotel owner. I asked the hotel owner, and he said he didn't know what happened. Maybe there was a short storm just now. Go back to your rooms and rest. Lock the doors and windows. Yawn, I have to wake up early tomorrow to go to the Royal Museum." The Royal Museum. Monica was stunned. As a travel writer and a traveler who had spent a long time in Utopia, she naturally knew that there wasn't a royal museum here. In the kingdom of Rouen, a museum with such a name had to be in Bakeland, and it would take many hours to take the steam locomotive from Utopia to Bakeland. Even if she woke up early and arrived there, she wouldn't be able to reach the Royal Museum before it closed. Monica slowly lifted the blanket in puzzlement. She heard the sound of doors and windows closing. She carefully got out of bed and walked to the door. During this process, she gradually saw the room illuminated by the moonlight. Hiss! Monica nearly screamed. This wasn't the guest room she had slept in previously. Be it the layout or the decorations, they were completely different. The ghost stories that she had just thought of surged into her mind again, causing her legs to go limp. She almost couldn't support her body. Just as Monica's teeth chattered, she saw a hotel business card on the table. It was prepared for the guests. If they brought it with them when they went out, they wouldn't be unable to find their way back. Even if they couldn't read, they could use it to ask for directions. Monica subconsciously approached it and used the moonlight to read the words on the business card. Carlpensa Hotel, West Bakeland, 19, Morning Street. West Bakeland. Bakeland. Monica's eyes widened as she felt as though time and space were in disarray. Bakeland, Hillston Borough, in a house with a fireplace. Furs heard the door and window open, but she didn't immediately wake up. This was because she had fallen into a strange nightmare that she couldn't escape. She dreamed that her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, had been affected by the family's sealed artifact and had died a bloody death in front of her. She dreamed that she had lost control and mutated, turning into starlight worms that curved into the shape of a door. She dreamed that the end of the world had arrived, and the surging tide of blood had drowned the entire world. Zio, German Sparrow, and company weren't spared. Finally, Furs escaped the dream and sat up, panting heavily. As a demigod who had once been an astrologer, she knew what such a dream meant. She hurriedly restrained her emotions and looked up. At some point in time, the glass on the oriel window in the bedroom had completely cracked open. Something must have happened. Furthermore, it has something to do with the apocalypse, the house of Abraham, and the apprentice pathway. Furs silently muttered to herself. She immediately got up, put on her cloak, and prepared to teleport to her teacher's place to confirm his safety. This change added a sense of urgency to her advancement to Sequence 3 or even Sequence 2. After learning about the apocalypse from Mr. Fool and German Sparrow of the World, Furs had actually been working hard, but the secret sorcerer potion wasn't something that could be digested in a short period of time. Furthermore, without making any contributions, she was too embarrassed to ask her teacher for the formula and ingredients of Wanderer. Of course, if she wanted to, she could have obtained it from Mr. Dorr, but how could she be bewitched after being warned beforehand? With a flash, Furs disappeared from the room. A few seconds later, she appeared at Dorian Gray Abraham's residence. She saw her teacher sitting there, pressing his heart, looking frightened. "Do you need potions?" Furs asked cautiously. She had bought some medicine from Mr. Moon for the diseases of old age. Dorian took a deep breath and shook her head. "No need." Furs immediately relaxed a little. "Teacher, I dreamed that you encountered the negative effects of the sealed artifact. The doors and windows around me also underwent unnecessary changes, so I came to take a look." Dorian looked up at the open window and said with a solemn expression, "Your dream wasn't wrong. I almost died just now, but at the most crucial moment, the seal took effect again." At this point, he suddenly stood up and said to Furs, "Quick! Take me somewhere else. I'm worried that something might happen to the other family members." Furs did not hesitate. She immediately grabbed her teacher's arm and asked for the exact location. Their figures quickly faded and became transparent, disappearing without a trace. After traveling through the misty, colorful spirit world for a few seconds, Furs and Dorian suddenly left their current environment and landed in what looked like a study. There were a few people standing here. They were all members of the House of Abraham who wielded different sealed artifacts and could travel. "Viros? Why are you here?" Dorian blurted out. Viros and company shook their heads in unison, feeling confused and alarmed. In the next second, countless resplendent starlight appeared in the void. The starlight quickly gathered together, turning into items that landed on the ground. There was a miniature starlight gate, a crystal ball made of insects, a translucent key with a strange design, and a resplendent fire seed that was quietly burning inside. For some reason, terms appeared in the minds of Dorian, Viros, and company. Sequence 3 Wanderer Beyonder Characteristic. Sequence 4 Secrets Sorcerer Beyonder Characteristic. Sequence 1 Key of Stars Beyonder Characteristic. Sequence 2 Planeswalker Beyonder Characteristic. Furthermore, this wasn't a single one. There were even 2 Sequence 1 Key of Stars Beyonder Characteristics. In addition, there were 3 Planeswalker Beyonder Characteristics, and there were even more. The key members of the House of Abraham and Furs opened their mouths bit by bit, unable to close them for a long time. After the Beyonder characteristics dropped, nothing abnormal happened around them. It was silent. Chapter 1393. After nearly 10 seconds of almost frozen silence, Viros and the other members of the House of Abraham turned their eyes to Furs. After feeling the mixed emotions of vigilance, wariness, and fear, Furs took the initiative to take a few steps to the side and reminded, "Be careful of the negative effects." Even if the Beyonder characteristic hadn't fused with the surrounding objects to form a sealed artifact, it still had certain negative effect. However, most of the time, it had to be directly touched to produce any effects. Of course, the Beyonder characteristics here were all high-sequence Beyonders. No one could be sure if they would take the initiative to expand the range of interference. Seeing that Furs didn't show any obvious greed, Dorian nodded. "After you digest the Secrets Sorcerer Potion, you can consider advancing to Sequence 3 Wanderer. I'll give you the potion formula and prepare the corresponding ingredients for you." Of course, at this level, the higher one's sequence was, the greater the danger they faced. This was an objective situation that didn't depend on a person's will or arrangements. When the time comes, it's up to you whether or not you want to advance. On the one hand, he said those words to protect his student, and on the other hand, it was to calm her down. He told her that what the House of Abraham had was equivalent to hers. No one would treat her as an outsider and deliberately make things difficult for her during the advancement of her sequence. This could effectively eliminate some of the hot-headedness brought about by greed. And after obtaining so many high-sequence Beyonder characteristics, Viros and the other members of the House of Abraham weren't too reluctant to part with a Wanderer Beyonder characteristic. They even believed that using it to exchange for peace was definitely worth it. After all, there was only one demigod here, Furs. In a situation where the members of the House of Abraham didn't have the time to use their Grade 0 sealed artifacts, and because the seal was on the verge of losing its effectiveness, they didn't dare take out most of their Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Furs was completely capable of finishing all of them. In the face of her teacher's promise, Furs hummed in acknowledgement. Has the door to the hidden space been opened? She believed that the high sequence Beyonder characteristics in front of her came from the House of Abraham's treasury, but they had been thrown back into the real world due to the anomaly from before. However, she also felt that there were clearly too many. No. Dorian shook her head slowly, looking confused. The rest of the members of the House of Abraham remained silent, equally at a loss. No one would believe that a treasure would fall from the sky if it didn't happen right in front of their eyes. Do you want to pray to Mr. Fool? Furs gave her suggestion. Dorian, who had a vague guess, immediately looked at Viros and the other family members. She saw that those who had converted to Mr. Fool were nodding in agreement, while those who hadn't were clearly hesitant and wanted to object. After some consideration, Dorian calmed herself down and said, "Collect the Yoi negative effects in the right way and prevent them from combining with the surrounding objects. I'll pray to Mr. Fool." Okay. Several members of the House of Abraham hesitated for 2 seconds before agreeing. Then, they seized the time to distinguish the characteristics and tried to collect them. After this group of members had a certain harvest, Dorian retreated to her student Furz's side and lowered his head to pray to Mr. Fool. Soon, a grayish-white fog and an ancient palace in the depths of the fog appeared in front of his eyes. A lofty and solemn voice echoed in his ears. A lofty and solemn voice echoed in his ears. These are Mr. Dor's relics. The curse on your bloodline has been completely removed. Mr. Dor's relic. Relic. Dorian ruminated over the word, opened his eyes, and cast his gaze at the high-sequence Beyonder characteristics again. He watched in silence as his vision gradually turned blurry. East Chester County, in the Hall family's manor. Alfred and company, who had just figured out the source of the explosion and the cry of "enemy attack," saw the door and window open at the same time, slamming into the wall. During this process, several pieces of glass shattered. "There's indeed something abnormal." Alfred raised his hand with a solemn expression and said to his adjutant, Squire, and his father's guards and personal bodyguards, "Retreat to the main house first. Let's return to the main house first to prevent any possible accidents from happening. At the same time, send a telegram to the Archbishop of the East Chester Diocese to request for assistance." He believed that the most important thing wasn't to investigate the cause of the abnormality, but to protect his father, mother, and sister. There was plenty of time to do the former after daybreak, but if something went wrong with the latter, there was no way to make up for it. After returning to the manor's main house and arranging for strict patrols, Alfred walked into the living room and said to Earl of Hall, there was indeed an abnormality, but the guard was unable to describe what he saw. There was indeed something unusual, but the guard couldn't describe what he saw. He only said that he felt great fear at that moment. Earl of Hall nodded calmly. "We'll do further investigations after daybreak. Sit down and rest first." Beside him, Audrey held her mother's arm and quietly listened to her father and 2 brothers' conversation. Of course, this was only on the surface. She had already split out her virtual persona in an attempt to find the reason for the strange opening of the door and window from the memories of the witness. After a few minutes, she ended the investigation in disappointment. She temporarily attributed this abnormality to the influence left behind by the Mind Dragon, Airihog, and Mr. Wrath. At this moment, she realized that the golden retriever, Susie, had a strange look in her eyes. She hurriedly split out a virtual persona and entered her mind island to engage in a hidden conversation. "What did you discover?" Audrey asked directly. On Susie's mind island, a voice echoed. "I smelled a strong scent of blood at the edge of the manor, some time before the door and window opened. Yes, about 10 seconds after the explosion. After hearing that, Audrey pursed her lips and fell silent for a few seconds. Let's go take a look. Susie immediately stopped squatting and tiptoed out of the living room. She left the manor's main house through the side door in the corridor on the first floor. During this process, people would look at her from time to time, but they didn't mind or try to stop her. After all, she was just a dog that had mastered psychological invisibility. After walking down the path to the row of buildings furthest from the manor's main house, Susie twitched her nose, chose an open window, and jumped in. Then she saw on the bed a ghastly body, bloody and stripped of its skin. And what she saw was equivalent to the virtual persona that Audrey resided in her mind island. In the manor's main house, in the living room, Audrey, who was holding her mother's arm, lowered her head. Then, she raised her head and let her gaze slowly and deeply sweep across the faces of her father, Earl Hall, her mother, Lady Caitlin, and her brother, Hibbert and Alfred. She maintained her silence and became even more silent. Byam, inside the Cathedral of Waves, Alger, who was wearing a robe embroidered with the symbol of a storm, walked up from underground. The mandated punishers, priests, and bishops on both sides nodded. The seal has returned to normal in time. You can put back the items that you are in charge of. Yes, Your Excellency Wilson. The mandated punishers, priests, and bishops heaved a sigh of relief as they clenched their right fists and punched their left chests. Alger didn't say anything else and only responded with the same courtesy. After returning to his room, he slowly looked around, took a light breath, and found a seat to sit down. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Alger silently prayed to Mr. Fool, expressing his intention to leave the Church of the Storm. The claim that the seal had returned to normal in time could only be trusted by lower-ranking members of the Church. It couldn't be hidden from any cardinal or high-ranking deacon, much less the Pope and the Lord of Storms. And without Mr. Fool's consent and protection, Alger wouldn't dare to leave the Church of the Storm. That would definitely incur divine retribution. After a few seconds, he saw the familiar boundless gray fog and heard Mr. Fool's response. Yes. To the Church of the Sea God. Phew. Alger relaxed, stood up, and took off his storm robe. After changing into a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and wide-legged pants, Alger looked at the cardinal robe that had been discarded on the table and fell silent for a while. Then, he stretched out his hand and folded the robe neatly. After carefully scrutinizing it for a few seconds, Alger retracted his gaze, rode the strong winds, and flew out of the cathedral through the open window. He first flew to the bell tower, landed at the top, and looked down at the surrounding streets and all of Byam. During this process, Alger stepped on the edge of the top and slowly circled around. Finally, he closed his eyes. A hurricane suddenly blew, sweeping Alger towards the Church of the Sea God. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein quietly sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool. His figure would turn incorporeal at times, as though he was wearing a mysterious classical black robe and a hood that concealed his face. At other times, he would return to normal, but he was shrouded in a thin layer of grayish-white fog. Such changes alternated, and the frequency gradually slowed down. And every time Klein transformed into a black-robed hooded figure, slippery tentacles with strange patterns would extend out from under his clothes. These nearly transparent tentacles flailed and flapped, completely occupying the entire palace. After a while, Klein's figure finally stabilized. He habitually raised his right hand, rubbed his temples, and muttered silently to himself, "The awakening of the celestial worthies is faster and more intense than I expected. If I hadn't devoured Zeradal's Beyonder characteristic and used his remnant mental mark as a balance to stall for enough time, I wouldn't have been able to adjust in time to prevent him from awakening. However, this also made Klein's mental state rather unstable. And the reason why he didn't directly lose control was because the Miracle Invoker potion had been completely digested. And the first attendant of Mystery's Beyonder characteristic, he had just swallowed had mostly been digested in a short period of time after he consumed the potion. The identity of world was the blessed of the owner of Sapphira Castle, directly equivalent to an attendant of mysteries. Therefore, Klein had been acting as an attendant of mysteries for a long time in advance, and had been rather successful. As for the second attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic, it still needed to be digested. Chapter 1394. After stabilizing the fragile balance between the anchor, the celestial worthy's will, and his consciousness, Klein leaned back in his chair and examined the various powers brought about by the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic. Among them there were three main types. They were all grasped by Klein with the help of Sapphira Castle and the curtain, but he didn't know the exact names. The first was regeneration. If an item's material once had a spirit body, then an attendant of mysteries could use the regeneration ability to summon the corresponding spirit body threads, making the item become its marionette. It would also make the living beings that had established a deep connection with the item naturally turn into marionette. To put it simply, an attendant of mysteries couldn't make items that didn't originally have spirit body threads produce spirit body threads, but it could allow certain items to have spirit body threads that had long disappeared to regenerate. The former represented steel products, gold coins, and gold pounds. The latter mainly consisted of food like beef and fish. Once humans ate them and became marionnettes' food, they would also turn into marionette. It was as if they had suffered a strong corruption. The second was reorganization, also known as tampering. This could reassemble many physical objects or abstract concepts to achieve an unimaginable effect. It was like tampering with definitions, logic, directions, or rules. The third was realm of mysteries. This was an ability used to create the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. It could bring about a certain concealment effect. Reorganization manifests the authority of the transformation domain. Realm of mysteries focuses on the concealment domain. The two elements of the fool's symbol are already present. However, reorganization and tampering don't sound nice, and the meaning isn't clear enough. It's still better for me to use graft. It's clear at a glance. Klein mumbled inwardly before casting his gaze around. Now, he had further control over Sapphira Castle. He could directly borrow the powers of the seer pathway that were close to sequence 0. He could also use most of the beyonder powers of the marauder pathway and apprentice pathway below sequence 0. It was similar to Dark Angel Sasra back then. Of course, Dark Angel Sasra could only use the first blasphemy slate to indirectly use the powers of Chaos C. As for Klein, he was the owner of Sapphira Castle, but he had yet to completely grasp the Sapphira. Therefore, his level was higher than Dark Angel Sasra's. As for his strength, in theory, he should be stronger, but his strength was affected by too many factors. Klein, who had only stepped onto the path of extraordinary for a few years, could not guarantee that he would be able to defeat the Deputy of Heaven, the left hand of God. In short, he could already be considered a king of angels among kings of angels. He was very close to the level of a true god. After gaining further control of Sapphira Castle, there's almost no difference between me here and the outside world. There won't be a situation where I'm a king of angels in the outside world, but I'll be a true god when I return to Sapphira Castle. The greatest advantage of this place is that it provides a defensive barrier that even a true god can't break. Yes, it's still impossible to determine if the outer deities can do it. Klein slowly exhaled and turned his attention to the current situation. There were two things he was most worried about. First, the primordial moon, which was also the mother goddess of depravity. Although she couldn't use Mr. Door's return to completely descend into the real world, she still had some power to invade. Furthermore, she had maintained her power for several seconds under the attacks of Evernight, Steam, and the other true gods. It remained to be seen if this would affect the surrounding environment, the corresponding pathways, and certain items. Second, the Angel of Time, Amon, had already stolen Mr. Door's ritual and become the Marauder Pathways sequence, Zero Error. He would be Klein's most direct and powerful enemy. I wonder if Amon has accommodated Mr. Door's uniqueness and a sequence, one key of stars beyonder characteristic. If he has already completed this step, he will be the most powerful true god in the real world. Yes, I wonder how he compares to the Evernight goddess. No one knows to what extent the goddess has accommodated the uniqueness of the death pathway and the god of combat pathway. Normally speaking, Amon shouldn't be able to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway in time. Although Mr. Door's return is equivalent to the ritual itself, the most important thing for Amon to do at that time was to replace Mr. Door and let his three sequence one beyonder characteristics and the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway to produce a qualitative change. He doesn't have the time or ability to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway. In addition, such an operation has a high chance of causing the awakening of the celestial worthy. Amon wouldn't take such a risk. In other words, Amon's future focus is to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway and become a true god of two pathways. Otherwise, under the watch of the other true gods, it would be very difficult for he to finish off a king of angels like me. Besides, even if he did take the risk and succeeded, he has already accommodated the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway. He will have to slowly adapt and stabilize his condition. He won't be able to deal with me in a short period of time. I have to make the best use of my time to become the fool. Only then can I use Sapphira Castle and my own level to resist Amon. There's not much time left for me. Klein silently gave a self-deprecating remark before leaning forward and tapping the edge of the long mottled table. He was analyzing the possibility of becoming the fool in a short period of time. The digestion of the Attendant of Mysteries potion was relatively simple. By the time Klein could use his anchor and consciousness to suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, preventing him from losing control or becoming another person, he could use Sapphira Castle to create an avatar like Amon. Then, he could use the power of Sapphira Castle to steal the Attendant of Mysteries beyonder characteristic that his main body hadn't digested. At this stage, Klein would immediately turn this avatar into a marionette to prevent any anomalies from happening. This way, Klein would be demoted to an Attendant of Mysteries who had completely digested the potion. Furthermore, he would have an Attendant of Mysteries marionette. This would be one of the main ingredients of the potion. And an Attendant of Mysteries who had digested the potion was qualified to consume the Fool's Potion and become a sequence Zero true god. This operation wasn't too complicated, but it was easy for problems to arise. Furthermore, a normal double sequence one King of Angels of the Seer pathway couldn't complete it unless he had a sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny friend of the Marauder pathway who was willing to sacrifice himself to provide help. Of course, a sequence 1 Worm of Time friend could do it too. Therefore, to Klein, the most troublesome thing was 2 other matters. First, how to deal with the half-fool of the Antigonus family, and second, how to complete the ritual of fooling time, history, or fate. With my current level and strength, it's not impossible to finish off the Antigonus family's ancestor. Of course, the prerequisite is to familiarize myself with the corresponding beyonder powers and the changes in Sapphira Castle. Sigh, I don't have any ideas about the fool's ritual. Klein raised his hand to pinch the sides of his forehead and cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog below Sapphira Castle. Between time, history, and fate, he was undoubtedly more familiar with history. Now, he could use Sapphira Castle to directly affect the fog of history, making the corresponding powers of the seer pathway stronger or weaker. This was the embodiment of authority. Fooling history. Fooling history. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table again as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he kept rejecting them. From his point of view, all the methods that could be realized couldn't satisfy the requirement of fooling history. This was because history would objectively record what had happened. Anything that existed had to be reasonable, and the methods that could satisfy the requirements, such as returning to the past, consuming the potion, and becoming the fool from history, were impossible. At the very least, Klein currently didn't have the ability to reverse time. As his gaze moved deeper into the fog of history, Klein suddenly had a feasible idea. The current true history was like this. The members of the Tarot believed that they were following the Fool who didn't belong to this era, an awakened ancient god or an existence that surpassed the ancient gods. And in fact, Mr. Fool was originally just an ordinary person who was hung above the gray fog. He used all kinds of resources to package himself and improve himself. Klein's train of thought was inspired by Amon. Using Sapphira Castle, he could create an avatar and use Sapphira Castle to steal his main body's fate, consciousness, anchors, and the sequence one attendant of Mystery's Beyonder characteristic that belonged to Zeradal. Thus, the main body's Beyonder characteristic would be formed purely from that curtain, and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings would awaken bit by bit. This way, the Tarot members' understanding was correct. Mr. Fool was a great awakened existence. And this went against the true history, but it was indeed a fact. It could be considered as completing the requirements of the ritual. Of course, the premise was that the avatar theft had to happen in Sapphira Castle or some other secret place. Otherwise, it would also be recorded in history, preventing it from achieving the effect of fooling. As for how to deal with the awakened celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, or how to kill his main body and make him into a potion, Klein temporarily had no idea. The outcome of such an attempt is equivalent to suicide. Before being killed by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, the avatar's attendant of Mystery's Beyonder characteristic must have been digested. After all, it successfully revived the Lord of the Mysteries. Klein shook his head and threw the idea of only caring about the beginning and not the end to it to the back of his mind. Since he couldn't think of a solution, he decided to seek advice from an existence who might know what to do. He had two targets. One was the Snake of Fate, Will Septon, and the other was the Evernight Goddess. The former might have some thoughts on fooling fate, while the latter probably knew what ritual the Antigonus family's ancestor had used to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. After stabilizing his mental state, Klein left Sapphira Castle and directly teleported to Bakeland. Chapter 1395. Deep in the forsaken land of the gods, at the peak of a mountain stood a huge cross that existed between reality and illusion. There was a blurry figure hanging upside down. Many ancient wooden stakes had pierced through his body, stained with flowing blood that didn't drip down. He was nailed to the cross. At the bottom of the cross, the angel of fate Ouroboros, who was dressed in a simple linen robe and had silver hair that reached his waist, sat there. He had a gentle and pious expression as he prayed. Half of his face was covered by a pale golden beard as Adam walked over and stopped in front of the huge cross. He raised his head and silently looked at the hanging figure. He held a rhodes in one hand and the second blasphemy slate in the other. His eyes were clear and his expression was calm. After an unknown period of time, the hanging man's figure on the huge cross suddenly faded and spread out into a shadow curtain that connected the sky to the ground. Behind the curtain, there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes that watched the entire world. In the next second, the shadow curtain cracked open. It was dark inside, and there was a faint echo of illusory tides. Adam raised his left hand, causing the ancient and mysterious magic mirror to emit a blurry glow. Amidst the faint glow, a sticky but illusory black liquid surged out. A boundless sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities appeared. It looked like it was within reach, but it didn't affect reality in any way. Right on the heels of that, Adam placed the second blasphemy slate into the illusory scene. The illusory sea seen in the infinite distance gently swayed as it surrounded the second blasphemy slate, forming a certain connection with it. The second blasphemy slate was formed from a portion of the ancient sun god's corpse that was very close to the level of a great old one. It was equivalent to the owner of the Chaos Sea. Upon seeing this scene, Adam moved his left hand slightly, making a rhodes fly up and land at the angel of fate Ouroboros at the bottom of the huge cross. He held the second blasphemy slate that had undergone a subtle change. Through the crack in the shadow curtain, he walked in step by step. The shadowy curtain quickly closed and faded away, leaving only an empty giant cross in its original position. During the entire process, no one spoke. Everything happened in silence. Angel of Fate Ouroboros didn't even attempt to open his eyes. At the same time, Amon became a god and used the first blasphemy slate to block off the mother goddess of depravity's invasion. The Lord of Storms then shattered the corpse cathedral and one of Adam's identities. After a while, Tail Devourer Ouroboros opened his eyes and cast his gaze at Rhodes, who had landed on his thigh. On the surface of the magic mirror, silver words appeared in the rippling illusory water. You should know how it feels to sincerely believe in and follow a great existence, right? Ouroboros nodded with an indifferent expression. So, can you send me back to my master? On the surface of the magic mirror, the silver words squirmed and reorganized, forming a new sentence. After you answer them, you can ask me 2 questions. Ouroboros silently looked at this ancient mirror, not saying anything for a long time. Finally, Rhodes couldn't help but ask a new question. Why didn't you answer? As Ouroboros looked at himself in the mirror, he calmly replied, That's right. I haven't decided yet. 3 questions. Silver light slowly outlined 2 words on the surface of the magic mirror. On the lawn of a detached house in Bakeland, Will Septon, who was already more than 2 years old, strode forward with his short legs, happily chasing after a big golden cat with shiny fur. Beside him were a nanny and a maid. Ever since this snake of fate was born, Alan Sirius's career had been improving day by day. Now, he owned a private hospital that specialized in providing medical services to the upper class. As he ran, Will Septon stepped on a slippery spot. With a whoosh, his body involuntarily leaned back. He took a few steps back and stepped on another stone. This provided him with the tendency to fall forward, allowing Will Septon to miraculously maintain his balance. This child with obvious baby fat was rather wary of his encounter. This was because with his luck, it was impossible for him to step on a spot that would cause someone to slip. His eyes quickly reflected a familiar figure. It was Sherlock Moriarty, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black double-breasted coat. Will Septon suddenly turned his head to look at his nanny and maid, only to realize that they had no idea that there was a stranger on the lawn. I have a nagging feeling that you'll say, call for help all you want. No one can hear you. The well-dressed 2-year-old turned his head back and mumbled. Without waiting for Klein to respond, he threw up his hands again. In short, I have to congratulate you on becoming a king of angels. Bullying children doesn't match your current status. Klein laughed. Do you know how to fool fate? Will Septon looked up and warily glanced at Klein. Giving me fake ice cream isn't the same as fooling fate. At this point, he complained. Why don't you squat down? At my age, if I keep raising my head like this, it will not be good for the development of my cervical spine. Klein didn't put on the airs of a newly advanced king of angels. He smiled and squatted down so that Will Septon could look at him at eye level. Will Septon held the nanny's hand. Unless I advance to sequence 0 and become a wheel of fortune, any fooling of me isn't equivalent to fooling fate. Klein asked thoughtfully, That's right. You haven't found the opportunity to accommodate the die of probability? No. Will Septon shook his head and added, I have a feeling that it's coming. Klein carefully looked at the 2-year-old with the chubby face for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. If I give you and the die of probability to Ouroboros, will he quickly advance to sequence 0? Will Septon glanced at Klein. He also needs to wait for an opportunity to accommodate it. Moreover, the opportunity needed to become the wheel of fortune is different from accommodating the die of probability. As he spoke, Will Septon curled his lips. If you only request to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, then the corresponding ritual can be simplified and won't be that difficult. Under such circumstances, by ingeniously using the Trojan horse of destiny's powers and making a certain level of sacrifice, there's a chance of fooling fate. However, when you attempt to advance to sequence 0, even if you have accommodated the uniqueness and have absorbed 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, you will have to hold a ritual without holding back. This will allow the corresponding items to completely fuse and undergo a qualitative change. Is that so? In other words, choosing to accommodate the uniqueness first is just a shortcut. In the end, you still have to truly fool time, history, or fate. Klein nodded slightly. I roughly understand. He then smiled and added, enjoy your childhood. Enjoy your childhood. I don't know how long this will last. With that said, Klein's figure turned transparent and disappeared from the lawn. Will Septon didn't hold the nanny's other hand. He instinctively grabbed forward twice before weakly retracting it. He left just like that. How rude. He didn't even prepare a gift for a visit. The child couldn't help but mutter. Bakeland, Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein, who had transformed into Don Dantes, walked into the prayer hall and found a corner to sit down. He looked at the Evernight sacred emblem on the altar, lowered his head, clasped his hands, and began praying. The Evernight goddess who is loftier than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the mother of concealment, the empress of misfortune and horror. As he prayed, Klein, who had his eyes closed, gradually felt his body and mind calm down, as though he had entered a half-awake state. After an unknown period of time, an endless darkness appeared in front of his eyes. Beside his feet were clumps of night vanilla and slumber flowers. It was so quiet that even breathing seemed to disturb the surrounding sleepers. Before Klein could size up his surroundings, a figure suddenly descended from the depths of the darkness. There was clearly no sky or ground here, but the figure seemed to come from the crimson moon or stars hanging high in the sky. She wore a layered black dress that wasn't complicated. There were countless resplendent lights on it, as though the starry night sky had been draped over her body. Her head was blurry and difficult to see clearly. He could only confirm that it was a woman. Long time no see, the figure said gently before Klein could speak. Her voice was like a lullaby at night. Klein bowed in a gentlemanly manner. Is this directed at the former Lord of the Mysteries, or is it directed at me, who is hanging above Sapphira Castle? Klein was very certain that this was a dream, but a dream didn't mean that it was fake. The Evernight goddess's projection said with a smile, I'm not sure where you were hanging above that door of light. After I left there, I never went back. As expected, Klein sighed inwardly. From the details, he confirmed the origins of the Evernight goddess, Ammonises. The 3 cocoons of light that were torn open were placed next to each other, he replied simply. The Evernight goddess's projection in the dream stood in the rippling darkness, giving off an unreal feeling. His voice was soft and slow. The people there are all candidates for the Lord of the Mysteries' resurrection, but for some reason, he lost control of many things. If it weren't for that, I would have died a long time ago as the Lord of Mysteries, and you and Roselle wouldn't have had the chance to return to reality. This means that the celestial worthy has completely perished. He can only rely on the remnant will in the beyonder characteristic and the mechanical arrangements of Sapphira Castle to revive? Klein sighed and smiled. I can already hear him whispering in my ears. Chapter 1396. The Evernight goddess's projection said calmly, We cannot defeat or stop him or them. We can only resist and suppress them. Perhaps at certain times, Just a tiny bit of negligence or a very light degree of relaxation can make us become him. On the Beyonder path, danger is always with us. We don't know when we will fall into the abyss. Klein silently added a few words for the Evernight goddess. He thought for a moment and asked, "When I was born, did you interfere with it?" The Evernight goddess's projection, which seemed to be fusing with the surrounding environment, nodded slightly. "I used Antigonus's uniqueness to indirectly affect Sapphira Castle and tampered, the corresponding location of the Beyonder characteristic that accompanied your birth to the forsaken land of the gods." As expected, Klein sighed and frowned. "Antigonus's uniqueness can indirectly affect Sapphira Castle?" The Evernight goddess's projected voice replied in a soft, nocturnal voice. "He has lost control and gone crazy. This also means that his self-awareness can no longer suppress the will of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body. The two psyches have been stitched together, reflecting the most primitive, instinctive, bloody, and crazy side. And that Lord of the Mysteries is the former owner of Sapphira Castle. The current Antigonus can naturally use this identity to indirectly influence Sapphira Castle. It's no wonder the Evernight goddess's understanding of Sapphira Castle and the strange door of light is greater than Roselle the Great's. On the one hand, she was born in Sapphira Castle, and on the other hand, she imprisoned the crazy Antigonus. Klein was enlightened when he heard that. Why were there no Beyonder characteristics accompanying you and Roselle when you were born? In that case, be it the Evernight goddess or Roselle the Great, they would definitely choose the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway. The Evernight goddess's projection calmly said, "This is also why I said that something had happened to the Lord of the Mysteries. He has lost control of many of the arrangements." After 2 consecutive failures, Sapphira Castle experienced a certain change. This is also a good thing for you. As the apocalypse approached, the remnant will of the Lord of the Mysteries would dissipate. In the end, only his spirit would remain and attempt to awaken. If you were born in the 4th epoch, you would have become him, the moment you became an attendant of mysteries. This was because Klein had purely used the curtain left behind by the celestial worthy to advance. As for the Beyonder characteristics in the bodies of Antigonus, Zeradal, and the other angels, they had already been worn down and hybridized by generations of Beyonders and Beyonder creatures. Klein had a nagging feeling that the Evernight goddess had guessed that something had happened to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, since she deliberately didn't mention it, it wasn't his place to pursue the matter. How did Antigonus accommodate the fool's uniqueness back then? The Evernight goddess's dream projection didn't hide anything as she replied gently. He asked Adam and Amon for help. They supported a listitutor at the time. Using the powers of the Trojan horse of destiny? Klein acutely pointed to the core of the matter based on Will Ausepton's explanation and his own thoughts. The Evernight goddess's projection was like the starry sky at night as she quietly comforted her surroundings. They captured a demigod from the Solomon Empire and used Adam to perform a deep level of hypnosis and the corresponding memory transplant, making him believe that he was Antigonus. Then, under the premise of Antigonus's cooperation, Amon stole his identity and fate. Antigonus then used the tampering authority to combine the identity, fate, and experimental subject in Amon's hands. That Solomon Empire demigod began to live in the state of Antigonus, and after a period of time, he took the initiative to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. Without a doubt, he lost control. And at that moment, the real Antigonus removed the tampering, allowing his identity and fate to return to Amon's hands. Amon ended the theft and returned them to their original owners. Klein listened attentively and thoughtfully added, "That's right. This way, its equivalent to Antigonus failed to accommodate the uniqueness and became a monster, and Antigonus lived very well without any problems. These 2 completely different fates exist in the real world at the same time. Therefore, fate has been fooled to a certain extent. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein sensed some hidden dangers and hurriedly asked, "Won't there be any problems?" "There's a huge risk," the Evernight Goddess's dream projection replied calmly. "Fate isn't easy to bear. If you can't retract your destiny in the extremely short period of time before the target loses control, the matter will undoubtedly fail. If you retract it a second earlier, the ritual won't have any effect. If you retract it a second later, Antigonus will bear the fate of losing control and going crazy. It will inevitably lead to the same outcome." "That's right. Having accepted fate, I naturally have to accept the trouble brought about by fate. If not for that, Amon would have long stolen my fate and swaggered into Sapphira Castle." Klein mumbled inwardly as he began to think about how he should mimic the ritual of the Antigonus family's ancestor. Under the premise that a normal ritual was very difficult to complete and that the matter was very urgent, using a simplified ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness seemed to be the best choice. "When I become the half-fool, my control over Sapphira Castle will improve. My level and strength will at least reach the level of a true god. This way, even if I don't have a chance of winning against a dual pathway true god, I'll be able to protect myself and wait for reinforcements." As Klein thought about the comparison of strength and the development he hoped to obtain, he had a preliminary ritual plan. He planned on getting the Evernight Goddess's help to suppress the Antigonus family's ancestor. Then, he would use Sapphira Castle to steal the other party's identity, fate, and self-awareness. This way, his body would have his own consciousness, the will of the celestial worthy, the self-awareness of the Antigonus family's ancestor, and the anchors that originated from the new city of Silver, New Moon City, and the Rorstad archipelago. And to a certain extent, he would become Antigonus, inheriting his fate of losing control and going crazy. The reason why Antigonus would go crazy was because his self-awareness could no longer suppress the will of the celestial worthy's awakening. The two psyches were stitched together. When his self-awareness entered Klein's body, there was no doubt that the same process would repeat. This was because the will of the celestial worthy in Klein's body wouldn't be much weaker than him. In other words, the fate of losing control and going crazy was unavoidable. Klein wouldn't have any additional burdens if he accepted it. At the same time, his own consciousness and the anchors that were more than the current Antigonus could mediate, maintaining a bottom line that still had some rationality left. In such a state, he would use the identity of the Antigonus family's ancestor to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. And in the corresponding fate, this was something that he had already accommodated, so it wouldn't bring any more impact. Hence, fate had been fooled. After the ritual ended, Klein would be released from the theft and regain his original identity and fate. He would no longer be affected by the madness and directly become the half-fool. There were two main hidden dangers to this plan. First, it was the maintenance of his own state. Any slight accident could easily cause Klein to go completely crazy, leaving him powerless to save himself. Second, no one knew how much the celestial worthy's will in the Antigonus family's ancestor would awaken without any suppression, and what changes it would bring. He could only rely on the Evernight Goddess to balance it. At this moment, the Evernight Goddess's dream projection seemed to guess his thoughts. If you want to steal Antigonus's fate, it's best to let him enter a temporary state of eternal slumber. I can try to help you, but I need a medium to have sufficient confidence. This is an angel that has accommodated the fool's uniqueness. What medium? Klein asked as though he was thinking. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection said with a hint of a smile, "The river water of the river of eternal darkness." Indeed. To Klein, this answer wasn't surprising at all. In fact, it was just as he had guessed. It made him feel like his second shoe had finally landed on the ground. He deliberated for a moment and said, "Just the river water?" The Evernight Goddess's dream projection nodded slightly. "You have no way of taking away the entire river of eternal darkness now. You will understand when you reach the depths of Calderon City. There are some things I'll ask you when you return." Without waiting for Klein's response, she added, "To you, there's an unusual danger there. For you, that place is unusually dangerous. It's best for you to wait until your mental state stabilizes before going." All right. Although Klein didn't know what he would encounter deep in Calderon City, he knew that he wasn't in the right state to take risks, especially when it involved Sapphira. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection continued. When you wake up, hold a bestowment ritual. When you wake up, hold a bestowment ritual. I'll give you an item that can be used to obtain the river water of the river of eternal darkness. Klein nodded and didn't waste his breath. Adam is a part of the ancient sun god. It's one of his identities. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection didn't show any obvious emotional fluctuations. She gently said, "He has already gone to the forsaken land of the gods and met the true Creator." That fast. After feeling slightly surprised, Klein felt that it made sense. The reason why Adam exposed the secret was because the secret was no longer of value. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection continued. "Regardless of what happens next, it will take a long time. You don't have to pay attention to it for now." After Klein nodded, the figure in front of him quickly turned blurry. The night vanilla and slumber flowers beneath his feet flew up one after another, filling the darkness. He then opened his eyes and saw the dark hall and the pure light that shone through the holes in the wall. The latter was like a star embedded in the velvety night sky. Chapter 1397. As Klein stared at it, scarlet flames suddenly appeared and engulfed him. By the time the sparks scattered, his figure had already disappeared from St. Samuel Cathedral. In an ordinary hotel's empty room, Klein walked out of the suddenly rising flames and began to set up a bestowment ritual. Soon, the mysterious door formed by candlelight opened, and an ancient ornament flew out from the boundless darkness and landed on the altar. This accessory seemed to be made of gold. It was shaped like a slender bird, surrounded by pale white flames that formed wings. Its bronze eyes shimmered with layers of light, as though there were illusory doors hidden within. Klein sincerely thanked the Evernight Goddess, ended the ritual, and picked up the golden bird-shaped accessory. This seems to be the image of the legendary phoenix ancestor, Greggrace. Apart from its own pathway, this ancient death seems to have grasped a portion of the authority of the apprentice pathway. This can be confirmed from the ruins of the city that believes in the phoenix in the forsaken land of the gods. It's no wonder most ancient gods find it difficult to control their emotions and are on the verge of madness. No, it's constantly wandering between madness and rationality. Before the first blasphemy slate appeared, all Beyonder creatures didn't have the concept of a sequence pathway. They only had the instinct to converge, reproduce, and blind attempts. As Klein carefully examined the golden bird-shaped accessory, he sighed inwardly. As the owner of Sapphira Castle, he could sense the subtle connection between this accessory and the river of eternal darkness. That's why it can carry the river water of the river of eternal darkness? Yes, the river water of the river of eternal darkness is definitely not river water in the true sense of the word, but an abstract concept or symbol. Klein nodded thoughtfully and threw the golden bird-shaped accessory into Sapphira Castle, sealing it in the junk pile to prevent it from bringing about any unnecessary accident. On a mountain peak outside Byam City, the Red Angel evil spirit watched as the edge of the sea gradually lit up. An orange-yellow sun slowly left the horizon. At some point in time, a young man wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe appeared beside him. The man played with a crystal monocle and wore it on his right eye. He was none other than Amon, who had become Mr. Error. Sauron Einhorn Medici turned to look at Amon. "You actually used your main body as an offering. If it wasn't the main body, how could I steal the ritual in time and replace Bethel?" Amon replied with a smile, "As a qualified conspirator, you shouldn't have thought of this." The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed. "How do I know you're not bluffing?" Perhaps you predicted my prediction? Amon smiled and did not give a direct answer. Instead, he took out a strange crown covered in rust and blood. This is your reward. He threw the item to Sauron Einhorn Medici. After the Red Angel evil spirit caught the strange crown, he was somewhat surprised. Oh, you didn't even try to renege on your debt. Doing something that doesn't match your thoughts is also a form of fraud. Amon pinched the monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, I'm looking forward to you becoming a red priest and devouring that demoness. When the time comes, your image will definitely be especially interesting. When he said this, Amon's smile was filled with undisguised mischief. Sauron Einhorn Medici fell silent for a moment. I don't think there will be any fundamental difference from now. A bloody mouth split open on both sides of his face, and then quickly closed again. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and turned to look at the other side of the sea. The situation in the Western continent seems very interesting. With that said, Mr. Error, the former angel of time, turned into light and dissipated. The Red Angel evil spirit looked in the direction Amon was looking and tossed the strange crown in his hand. On both sides of his face bloody mouths appeared again. After absorbing this beyonder characteristic, it's best you stay away from Bansi. If you wish to grow breasts and be swollen all over, you can continue staying there. Medici curled his lip. Shouldn't that be your wish? Facing the altar filled with materials and artifacts, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The table in front of him became empty and clean in an instant, and all the miscellaneous items were sorted and returned to their original places. This was a miracle that stemmed from some of the wishes that Klein had accumulated. Compared to the miracle invoker and attendant of mysteries of the past, the miracles I can create can be said to be of many types. They're very practical, including but not limited to building houses, interior decorations, garbage sorting, environmental protection. Klein looked at the cleaned altar and laughed self-deprecatingly. He then opened the door and left, walking towards the street. He wanted to return to reality and human society to strengthen his humanity and stabilize his mental state. His current problem was rather troublesome. It involved the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. If he couldn't suppress it first and directly seek out Miss Justice for treatment, it would only corrupt her and cause his psychiatrist to suffer from mental illness. Of course, if Miss Justice could reach the level of a sequence 2, she wouldn't be affected too much. Bakeland had already completed its reconstruction, and the number of pedestrians coming and going had returned to its peak. Just as Klein pushed open the hotel door, he heard all kinds of voices. Wait! Wait! Fresh fish from Pritz Harbor. It has more meat and fewer bones. It's suitable for frying. Special ginger beer with muffins and potato chip. Fresh and hot oyster soup. The freshest vegetables. Most of these voices came from the peddlers on the street. A small number came from the passengers who were chasing the public carriages or the pedestrians who had been hit by those who were in a hurry. The morning scene slowly unfolded with such a hubbub, noise, and chaos. Klein listened to these unfamiliar yet familiar shouts as he quietly looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't move for a few minutes. Only when a thief approached him did he put his hands into the pockets of his black coat and walked into the nearest coffee shop. A cup of good coffee, a serving of lamb stewed with tender peas, and a loaf of oat bread, Klein said to the owner of the cheap coffee shop. A total of 11 pence, the boss answered after doing some mental calculations. Then, he added, everything has gone up in price. Everything has gone up in price these days. Klein didn't say a word. He took out a 1 soldi note from the junk pile in Sapphira Castle and handed it to the boss. He then found a seat by the window with a less greasy table and sat down. He pulled out a few tissues as a cushion. Following that, Klein spread out the letter and took out a dark red fountain pen. After looking at the early morning scenery and the passers-by for a while, he finally wrote, Dear Mr. Aztec, I haven't written to you for another month because I had no choice but to sleep for a period of time. This isn't because I was injured, but because of the ritual. When I woke up and walked into human society again, I suddenly recalled my life in Tianjin when I walked onto the streets. Back then, the morning was always very noisy. A large number of citizens left their residences and rushed to the factories and companies. Itinerant peddlers gathered on the streets, peddling vegetables, cooked food, and fruits of questionable quality. They were always very cheap. I would protect my wallet and carefully squeeze through them to the station. I would wait for the public carriage with many people. I work at the Blackthorn Security Company at 36 Zutland Street. I have a group of very good colleagues. Dunn Smith is the captain, the supervisor here. He's an experienced, kind, and responsible beyonder. He has a gentle personality and does things in a capable manner. He loves all his team members equally, and his only flaw is that he doesn't have a good memory. He might forget things that aren't too important in the blink of an eye. He often says, "Wait, there's something else." Of course, there's a reason for this. He has lost too many companions, and he hopes that they will stay in his dreams. Therefore, he often can't tell what belongs to reality and what belongs to dreams. Old Neil was my first mysticism teacher. The most useful skill he taught me was reimbursement. He always designed all sorts of strange ritualistic magic in a bid to obtain the goddess's help. Some of them succeeded, while others had ridiculous accident. To this day I can still recall them. He's a very kind person. Even if it's for his dreams, he doesn't want to hurt others. Leonard is a poet with his own secret. At first, I thought he was very mysterious, a hidden beyonder that needed to be taken seriously. Later, I realized that he's a crude, simple, impulsive, rebellious, easygoing, and impolite young man. Furthermore, he really doesn't have any literary talent. He can only rely on memorizing to complete his acting. Yes, he does have some strength. He's considered brave, and he has a sharp intuition and terrifying reasoning ability. However, that's only limited to certain matters. Fry looks cold on the outside, and he's a beyonder that people don't dare to get close to. But in fact, he's very responsible and passionate. He's always willing to lend a hand when others need help. Kenley is very short. He used to be a civilian staff member, but he later volunteered to become an official member. He's rather shrewd, but he never declines when he encounters a case. Every time he plays cards, he talks about his fiancée the most. Roshan is the receptionist at the Blackthorn Security Company. She's lively and a little lazy, and she's well liked by everyone. To us, she's like a younger sister. She also likes every single one of us, but she hates all official members. This is because her father was once an official beyonder, but he died heroically in the line of duty. Perhaps, in her heart, an official member is equivalent to a person who receives a notice of critical illness. Mrs. Oriana is an accountant, a victim of a supernatural case. She's delicate and gentle, and she pursues a refined life. She doesn't speak much, but she takes good care of everyone. She never makes things difficult for us financially. For example, she rarely rejects old Neil's requests for reimbursement. No matter how ridiculous the reason is, she only leaves it to the captain to decide. Madame Sikatron has a rare case of white hair, and she's an unsuccessful writer. She has an outstanding temperament, and she has a quiet personality. She doesn't look like a beyonder who fights in the dark. She's also very brave and determined. Even in the face of death, she doesn't back down. Madame Royale is very similar to Fry. They don't talk much, but they care about their colleagues very much. Well, except at the card table. Bright is the best at writing reports among the clerks. He's a romantic gentleman. Even though he's been married for 15 years, he still loves his wife very much. I think he'll live a good life because he abides by the maxim that the less he knows, the longer he lives. Cesar Francis is our carriage driver. Although he's considered a clerk, he often comes into contact with dangerous situations. Therefore, the captain leaves the matters of purchasing and applying for supplies to him. He doesn't have a high presence, and that might be the key to his continued survival. Occasionally, I'll think that if it weren't for the things that happened later on, I'd definitely still be living in Tingen. I'd go to work on time every day, take my shifts underground, handle a few cases, play cards with my colleagues, and occasionally accompany Melissa and Banson to watch plays or circuses. If I can go home early one day, I'll study delicacies. That's one of my hobbies. I might visit you during the weekend and talk to you about the history of various fields. Unfortunately, life always pushes us forward, forcing us to face one change after another. Chapter 1398. After Klein wrote some more of his impressions of Tingen, he simply mentioned that he had completed the ritual and become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. He had also resolved one of the shadows that had shrouded his heart for a long time, the leader of the secret order, Zeratul. He didn't describe his predicament in detail, but he seriously discussed the mental problems of angels. Putting away the pen and folding the piece of paper, Klein reached into Sapphira Castle and took out the Aztec copper whistle. He brought it to his mouth and blew at it. In the cheap coffee shop, white bones gushed out like a fountain, forming a gigantic messenger. The messenger then shrank its body to the height of a normal person. At the same time, it knelt down on one knee and extended its palm. "There's no need to be so afraid of me." When Klein saw this, he laughed and said, "It's not like I'll do anything to you." As he spoke, he picked up the letter and placed it in the skeleton messenger's palm. The messenger nodded heavily a few times, unsure of what it was agreeing to. Then, its body disintegrated, turning into white bones that drilled into the ground. At this moment, the boss brought over coffee, oatmeal bread, and lamb stew with tender peas. As Klein enjoyed the breakfast that wasn't too delicious but had a rich commoner's style, he looked out the window and enjoyed the morning scenery without any destination in mind. He admired the pedestrians, carriages, trees, fog, food, and machinery that formed this scene. If there's no apocalypse, it's best to maintain the lifestyle I had back in Tingen and lead a rather comfortable life. I can handle most cases, and it's best if I have a Sequence 7. Magicians have many tricks up their sleeve. If they're prepared, they won't appear too weak against a Sequence 6 or 5. As for a faceless and a marionettist, one can easily get lost when acting, while the other can easily lose control when advancing. They are relatively dangerous. Of course, if there's a sealed creeping hunger, that would be perfect. Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he thought of the creeping hunger that had fallen into Amon's hands. He didn't know how Amon would treat this sealed artifact, but he felt that an item at this level wouldn't be of much value to an angel of time. After playing with it for a period of time, it would be thrown into a dark and hidden warehouse. I wonder if there's a chance to get it back. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Even if he could snatch creeping hunger back from Amon's hands, he would toss it into the junk pile, waiting to bestow it to a blessed or believer who needed it. It was no different from being in Amon's hands. Klein quickly diverted his attention. This time, I lost the magic mirror again. Adam probably wouldn't be interested in a saint-level mirror like this. Perhaps I can take it back. No, a road seems to have spewed out from the Chaos Sea. In certain matters, it might be able to be a medium. Sigh, I just hope that Adam doesn't damage it. Wait until I think of a way to retrieve it. After becoming an attendant of mysteries and gaining further control of Sapphira Castle, Klein already had a certain level of authority over concealment. Whenever he was thinking about something important, there would always be a faint shadow around him that no one else could see. This was the land of mysteries, which was equivalent to the prototype of a divine kingdom. Therefore, he now dared to directly think of Adam's name. After sighing, Klein suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly got the worms of spirit that were guarding Sapphira Castle to graft, a certain spirit world region that he had located during his advancement. Following that, he ate the rest of the lamb stew with tender peas and the last piece of oatmeal bread that was stained with the soup. He finished the coffee beside him. After putting on his top hat and standing up, Klein took a step forward and directly entered the spirit world region that corresponded to Utopia. Then, he removed the graft and returned to the ruins of Utopia through the spirit world region. This was an indirect teleportation effect achieved by using the graft and his ability to freely enter and exit the spirit world. Of course, the premise was that he could locate the corresponding spirit world region. On this point, as the owner of Sapphira Castle, Klein had a unique advantage. As for the attendants of mysteries like Zeradal, they could only rely on preparations. Klein, who had stepped into the ruins of Utopia, looked around and discovered that the collapsed houses and charred corpses shimmered with different colors. They were the beyonder characteristics of the monster marionettes, the wealth that Klein had accumulated in the forsaken land of the gods. This might be useless to him, but he still had many believers and the number of blessed that would gradually increase. As a deity, he had to reserve some beyonder characteristics to bestow. Thankfully, the Lord of Storms didn't sweep them away. As Klein muttered to himself, he couldn't help but feel grateful to Leodoro, East Chester County, in the Hall family's manor. After the sun finally rose, the tormented people returned to their rooms to catch up on their sleep. Only Alfred, Earl Hall's personal bodyguards, the deacons sent by the Church of Evernight, and the Nighthawks were left behind to investigate the cause of last night's incident. Audrey used the golden retriever, Susie, to monitor the development of the situation as she opened the bedroom door and walked in. In the weak sunlight that shone through the curtains into the room, a figure sat quietly on a high stool like a large doll. It was a giant rabbit with snow-white fur. Audrey raised her eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Mr. Wrath." This was Mr. Wrath of psychological alchemy, who had previously pursued the mind dragon Arihog. He was suspected to be in existence with the identity of Hermes. At the same time, Audrey reached back and closed the door on her own accord. Using this action as a cover, a crimson tattoo that resembled a star flashed on the back of her hand. "I'm sorry for using you." When the door closed, the giant white rabbit took the initiative to speak. "However, I might have been used by someone." Audrey thought of the door and window opening in the middle of the night. She took 2 steps forward and replied thoughtfully, "There's no need to apologize. Just don't disturb me in the future." She was tactfully expressing her wish to leave psychological alchemy, hoping that no one would come looking for her in the future. The giant white rabbit looked at her with its bright red eyes for a few seconds. "Your former wish was to protect your parents and family, but don't you think that you've been embroiled in too much trouble? The danger you bring to them outweighs the help you can provide?" Audrey fell silent and didn't say a word for a long time. Typically speaking, a saint can indeed give one's family and family more safety, but the premise is that they aren't involved in a battle between angels or deities. Or, they have a sufficiently powerful organization to rely on, a true reliance. Upon seeing this, the giant white rabbit slowly said, "I have 2 gifts to express my apology. You can freely choose one." "2?" Audrey asked in a low voice. The giant white rabbit nodded, causing its ears to tremble. "One of them is Miss Pride, who has truly become psychological alchemy. We can ignore your other secrets and acquiesce in your other actions, as long as you don't leak our secrets and bring danger to psychological alchemy. Of course, there are certain disadvantages. You will have to bear some responsibilities and may be involved in a lot of trouble. The only difference is that you can get a lot of help and be rescued in time." "And the second one?" Audrey had no intention of getting compensation from psychological alchemy. The secret organization not bothering her was the best apology. Furthermore, she was very suspicious of Mr. Wrath's true intentions in apologizing. She felt that it might be another form of exploitation. The giant white rabbit replied very calmly, I can help you split an identity and let her stay with your family to provide some protection and emotional comfort while you stay away from them and live in this world with another identity. This way, the trouble you get involved in won't affect the people you want to protect. In the Beyonder world, at certain times and under certain circumstances, staying away is the best protection. Audrey fell silent again. Her green eyes were like the still surface of a lake. You don't need to answer me immediately. You can also combine the two methods. The giant white rabbit left the high stool and stood up. You know how to enter the Garden of Eden. As it spoke, its figure gradually disappeared, merging into the sea of collective subconscious. Biome, in a room in the Church of the Sea God. The Oracle Donis, who was dressed in a gorgeous robe, sat on a chair and silently looked at Alger Wilson opposite him. The sleepiness he had accumulated from waking up in the middle of the night was completely gone. A cardinal of the Church of the Storm actually wanted to defect to the Church of the Sea God. This was a huge matter in the field of religion, in the mysticism world, and in international politics. Even though he only had a superficial understanding of the Church of the Storm, Donis believed that with their style of doing things, they definitely wouldn't let this matter go. Perhaps a natural disaster that could destroy the entire Rorstad archipelago was already on its way. Furthermore, a cardinal would definitely be highly regarded by the Lord of Storms. Alger's betrayal could attract divine punishment at any time. The more Donis thought about it, the more he trembled, afraid that he would be implicated. This reminded him of a proverb from his hometown: "Don't go near those who are despised by God." This was because when those fellows suffered lightning punishment, it was very likely that they would implicate the people around them. If it wasn't for German Sparrow sending me a message as Mr. Fool's attendant to get me to settle down Alger Wilson, I would have long tied up this bomb that had gone out of control and sent it back to the Church of the Storm. The more afraid Donis was, the more he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Of course, he was just casually thinking about it. He didn't even consider the comparison of strength between the two sides. After a while, someone knocked on his door. Donis jumped up abruptly, walked quickly to the door, and opened a gap. "What did you get?" he asked in a low voice. The intelligence director of the Sea God Church outside the door said succinctly, "That's right. Your Excellency, the Church of the Storm has changed a cardinal." "What about the original one?" Donis asked, slightly stunned. "It's said that they've been transferred back to headquarters." The head of intelligence reported the information he had obtained from some servants in the Church of Waves. Back to headquarters. While Donis was confused, a gray fog suddenly appeared in front of him. Mr. Fool's words rang in his ears. "From today onwards, Alger will wear a mask and assume the position of the Pope of the Church of the Sea God. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday." Chapter 1399. The Pope. Donis was shocked. He almost couldn't believe what he had just heard. If this order hadn't come directly from Mr. Fool, he definitely would have cursed. Of course, if he was facing the German Sparrow, he would be able to hold it in. "Lord Oracle, do you have any other questions?" The intelligence director of the Sea God Church outside the door saw that His Excellency Saint Donis' expression had become rather strange and was momentarily afraid. Donis collected his thoughts and squeezed out a smile. "Pay close attention to the Church of Waves." "Yes, Sir Oracle." The intelligence chief secretly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed and left. Donis turned his head and looked at Alger Wilson with a beaming smile. "Mr. Fool has already given a revelation." Alger did not hesitate at all. He immediately stood up and pressed his right palm against his left chest. Donis straightened his back and said solemnly, "God said that from today onwards, Alger will wear a mask and become the Pope of the Church of the Sea God. Mr. Fool's will is my will." Alger couldn't hide his smile as he bowed. Half of his smile was for Donis to show his humility, and the other half was from the bottom of his heart, because this oracle meant two things. Mr. Fool and the Lord of Storms had reached a certain agreement and had a tacit understanding that his defection would no longer be pursued. Of course, he had to wear a mask and use a fake name so as to not embarrass the Church of the Storm. Becoming the Pope of the Church of the Sea God was a crucial step to the throne of the Sea God. From Alger's point of view, this meant that he had officially become Mr. Fool's subordinate. In the future, be it in exchange for the identity of Sea God or taking a step further to become the leader of the Church of the Fool, he had quite a good chance. As for Mr. Fool, he was a great existence that was on the same level as a true god or even higher. How could his agent not be an angel? After bowing, Alger waited patiently for a while until the Oracle Danas brought a silver-black mask. He took the mask and solemnly put it on his face. Leonard wore red gloves and strolled along the coast of mid-seashore, enjoying the leisure he had after dealing with a transcendent case. As for the strange opening of the doors and windows last night, he had already received orders from the Holy Church to not investigate further. Leonard wanted to obey this order, but he was powerless. This was because he had long learned the general truth from Pallas Zoroast. Mr. Dorr returned to the real world, and the Angel of Time, Amon, took the opportunity to steal his apotheosis ritual and advanced to sequence 0, error. Almost at the same time, Mr. Fool awakened further. Through Sapphira Castle, he established a weak and fleeting connection with the Beyonders of the three pathways, Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder. As an angel of the Marauder pathway, Pallas Zoroast could undoubtedly sense that Amon had become a god and experience the corresponding change in authority. He also discovered that Sapphira Castle had established a certain connection with him. Old man, Amon has already advanced to sequence 0. The current you shouldn't be of any use to him. Why are you still parasitizing me? After taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air, Leonard suppressed his voice and asked in puzzlement and concern. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast chuckled. Naive. Do you think that you've become a saint and have grasped a lot of mysticism knowledge, so you no longer need my guidance? You can choose to teach me face to face, Leonard said after deliberating over his tone. To him, having an angel parasitizing in his body had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that even if he encountered a real mythical creature, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to resist it. As long as he shouted, "Old man," the problem might be resolved. In addition, the history of the fourth epoch and all sorts of uncommon mysticism knowledge were also rather useful. The most obvious disadvantage was that his life was under the control of the parasite. If the other party had any ill intentions, he wouldn't be able to stop it. This problem was once what Leonard was most worried about, but it wasn't important now. This was because Mr. Fool's recovery was increasing, and he could completely suppress Pallas Zoroast. Furthermore, Leonard had also become a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernight. He would definitely receive the attention of the Evernight goddess, and he might even be specially marked. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the deity who wielded concealment to not discover Pallas Zoroast. If Old Man had any ill intentions, he would have long been finished off. What troubled Leonard the most was that many things weren't convenient because of this. Although he was already used to entering and exiting the bathroom with an old fellow parasitizing in his body, to the point of squatting by the toilet and chatting with him, he still preferred to be alone in such situations. Therefore, he felt that it was better for Old Man to leave his body and live in his house like an elder. It was a better way to interact with him. When he needed to deal with more dangerous matters, he could let Old Man temporarily parasitize him. Upon hearing Leonard's suggestion, Pallas Zoroast scoffed. Are you still thinking of removing the parasite when you return home and then parasite when you need to go out? You think I'm your bodyguard? Leonard chuckled dryly and said, That's right. If you haven't fully recovered and want to continue parasitizing, I have no objections. Pallas Zoroast was silent for 2 seconds before his slightly aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind again. For the position of Lord of the Mysteries, the Fool and Amon will definitely have a battle. When the time comes, under the influence of the various laws of the Beyonder characteristics, us angels of the same pathway might be affected. It's still safer to seek the protection of the Evernight. When the Lord of the Mysteries is born, even if you beg me to parasitize you, I won't even think highly of you. Leonard was slightly stunned when he heard that as he subconsciously repeated a name. Master of the Mysteries? This isn't something you can understand in depth. Of course, with me around, there's no need to worry too much, Pallas Zoros said with a sigh in pride. Leonard was just about to take the opportunity to ask when he suddenly saw a Red Gloves running over with a telegram in hand. Your Excellency, a telegram from the Holy Cathedral, the team member said respectfully with a bow. Leonard nodded slightly and took the telegram. He quickly scanned through it. Head to the southern continent and participate in the operation to annihilate Rose School. Southern continent. Rose School. Leonard extracted the two most crucial words. He quickly returned to the largest cathedral in the city and used a large-scale ritualistic magic to establish a connection with the Holy Cathedral. In his dream, he met the Pope, Ma Mariana, and other high-ranking figures. After a simple exchange, Leonard roughly understood the essence of the mission. The various Orthodox churches would each send 3 to 4 demigods to the southern continent to annihilate Rose School, which had been very active since the all-out war. This was a long-term mission because the demigods of Rose School knew how to hide their whereabouts. They were rather secretive and weren't easy to find, lock onto, or deal with. According to the Pope, it would be pretty good if they could see sufficient results in 3 years. During this process, the Holy Cathedral would rotate the demigods based on the situation to ensure that the archbishops and high-ranking deacons in charge of this matter were in a relatively stable mental state. After leaving the dream, Leonard surveyed the area and suppressed his voice. Old man, things are a little strange. Why are the various churches suddenly annihilating Rose School? This wasn't an easy task. In the past few centuries, it wasn't like the Orthodox churches hadn't made similar attempts, but they could only suppress and weaken them. They were unable to truly eradicate Rose School. On the one hand, this was because of the enmity between the allies. There was suspicion and a lack of cooperation. On the other hand, it was because the demigods of Rose School were indulging in their desires, and despite their abnormal mental states, they still knew how to hide, and conceal themselves when faced with danger. They wouldn't take the initiative to send themselves to their death. In addition, they had the protection of the chained god and the mother tree of desire. It was difficult for the deities to provide precise guidance for their actions. Pallas Zoroast didn't immediately answer Leonard's question. After more than 10 seconds, he sighed and said with a slightly aged voice, "This is to eliminate latent dangers and prepare for the apocalypse." Prepare for the apocalypse. Leonard opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ultimately fell silent. Prepare for the apocalypse. Leonard opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ultimately fell silent. Bakeland Harvest Church. Just as Emlyn White entered the hall, before he could head to his room and change his clothes, he saw Father Yutravsky stand up in the front row like a mountain rising from the ground. "The Mother Goddess wants us to head to the southern continent and bury those evildoers," the Blessed said in a deep voice. His voice echoed in the hall like a slow rumble of thunder, shocking the praying sanguine believers to open their eyes. So last night's dream was real. Emlyn was enlightened when he heard that. He had dreamed of the ancestor last night. He dreamed that she wanted him and Father Yutravsky to join forces with the Rose School Temperance faculty to head to the southern continent to deal with the Rose School members who believed in the primordial moon. Of course, if there was a chance, he couldn't spare the enemies who believed in the mother tree of desire. As there were often fake revelations, Emlyn didn't take the dream to heart. He planned on changing his clothes and completing his prayers before seeking confirmation from Father Yutravsky. He grunted and replied to Father Yutravsky in a rather calm manner, Yes, Father. There's no rush. I'll contact the members of Rose School Temperance faculty first. Father Yutravsky nodded without minding it. Then choose some willing sanguine. Republic of Intis, capital of Trier. A supervisor of an intelligence agency was assigning tasks to his subordinate. Suddenly, his vision turned blurry as a voice that seemed to come from afar sounded in his ears. Orville. Dillon. Orville. Dillon, P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1400. As a Beyonder who joined Intis's Directorate General for Foreign Security as a member of the Secret Order, this wasn't the first time Antoine had encountered something like this. In certain scenarios in the past, he would hear the ravings of Hornacius. Phlegria. Hornacius. Phlegria. He had nearly lost control several times because of this. And unlike the past, the contents of the murmurs seemed to have changed. After the ravings subsided and everything in front of him returned to normal, Antoine frowned slightly and muttered to himself. My mental state has been very stable recently, and I haven't consumed any potions or attempted to advance. Why would I hear the murmurs of a secret existence? This seems to be different from the previous ones. What does Orville represent? I lack sufficient information and have no way of deciphering it. Dillon. Yes, the upper echelons of the order mentioned that our mysterious and terrifying leader had once hidden an ancient castle named Dillon Man. I can't help but tremble at the thought of that existence. Although he has returned to normal in the past 2 years, the terrifying legends and actual destruction he left behind are enough to give me nightmares for the rest of my life. Antoine calmed himself down and temporarily suppressed his puzzlement as he continued assigning missions to his subordinates. In front of a tombstone, Klein, who had just put down a white bouquet of flowers, turned his head slightly as though he was listening to something. Although he didn't hear anything, as a king of angels who wielded partial authority of this pathway, he could acutely sense that something abnormal was happening. Some secret information was being transmitted to specific target. Zeratul isn't completely dead? Klein retracted his gaze and muttered to himself. Back then, he had relied on his level, and authority to forcefully stop Zeratul's resurrection. Furthermore, he didn't notice any abnormalities, but after examining himself, he discovered a problem. What he had absorbed from Zeratul was a complete set of Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. In other words, it only contained a Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. And Snake of Fate Willow Septon had said that Zeratul was the same as the ancestor of the Antigonus family. He had an additional set of Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. Therefore, there was no doubt that Zeratul's Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic had vanished. As for whether he was missing Scholar of Yore, Bizarro Sorcerer, and other Beyonder characteristics, Klein had no way of guessing due to his lack of understanding of Zeratul. Based on this situation, Klein had long suspected that Zeratul wasn't completely dead. Of course, it wasn't that simple for him to resurrect him. This was because he didn't have many enemies that could restrain him. When Zeratul was able to separate out a Sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic, he was undoubtedly a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. There weren't many enemies he needed to face that could restrain him. Every one of them had to be dealt with the utmost caution. Therefore, Klein used he Beyonder, and he used Bay. He who him who he God was, he bade inners. From the looks of it, he must have used a secret method to guide a specific target to resurrect him. However, he didn't directly use it to resurrect him. Instead, he made multiple arrangements. He needed an opportunity or some medium to make the preparations work. From the looks of it, he hid the Beyonder characteristic that contains a Miracle Invoker somewhere in a special way and covered it up. Otherwise, I could have used Sapphira Castle to directly see it when I advanced to Attendant of Mysteries. Yes, after that, he should have used a secret method to guide a specific target to resurrect him. He hasn't accommodated a uniqueness, so there's no way for he to broadcast across all channels. Furthermore, he has to be wary of me or Amon hearing the corresponding content after advancing and causing certain damage. Therefore, the target groups he can guide are rather limited. All members of the secret order, or a portion of the members. Klein nodded in thought as he squatted on one knee. He then exhaled and grumbled without hiding anything. Why is it so difficult to kill a high-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway? There were always all kinds of preparations and trump cards. This made him truly understand why the goddess didn't directly kill the ancestor of the Antigonus family. To the half-fool, death might mean new life. However, elaborate and complicated concealment arrangements often mean that one's ability to take risks is poor. Who knows, Zeratl's resurrection arrangements might benefit some lucky person from the secret order. This is even more likely than his miraculous return from the fog of history. Also, there's a chance of being interfered with, influenced, and used by an outer deity. Klein scoffed inwardly as he slowly stood up. He temporarily didn't have any thoughts of searching for the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic. This was because under the immense pressure brought about by Amon's mistake, he had no choice but to make use of his time to strengthen his humanity and stabilize his mental state. He had to head to Calderon City in the spirit world to obtain the river water of the river of eternal darkness so as to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He didn't have time to waste on unimportant matters. After he successfully advanced and regained the balance of the situation, he didn't mind heading to Intis and starting from the members of the secret order to find the treasure vault that Zeratl had hidden, allowing this angel who had survived since the fourth epoch to rest in peace. Reining in his thoughts and lowering his head to stare at the tombstone in front of him, Klein slowly retreated, stuffed his hand into his pocket, and walked sideways into the spirit world. During this period of time, he was like a traveler in the sense of mysticism. From time to time, he would return to places he had previously stayed, and from time to time, under the guidance of fate, he would randomly traverse the spirit world, heading to different realities and witnessing different scenes. As a result, the portion of his self-awareness that belonged to him gradually recovered and strengthened bit by bit. Now, he could better coordinate with the anchor and suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy to a certain extent. This made his mental state much more stable than when he met the Evernight goddess. In the spirit world, which was a spirit world formed from rich layers of colors that resembled abstract oil paintings, Klein aimlessly walked a few steps without any sense of direction. Then, he followed the guidance of fate and spirituality to leave this place and return to the real world. The first thing that appeared in front of him was a small square and a cathedral that belonged to the Evernight goddess. At this moment, many people were entering the cathedral with happy expressions. "I'm back in Bakeland?" Klein looked up at the sun that pierced through the thin clouds and followed the crowd to the cathedral's entrance. Just as he passed through the entrance, his gaze suddenly froze. He saw Banson Moretti. This black-haired, brown-eyed man had a face that resembled Klein's, but he looked a little older. His hair was neatly combed to the back, revealing his broad forehead. He stood beside the altar, dressed in a well-ironed formal attire, looking somewhat nervous. Klein stared for 2 seconds before quickly retracting his gaze and looking to the side. Then, he swept his gaze across the front row and saw Melissa, who was wearing a beige conservative dress. Compared to before, the girl's face no longer looked childish, but there was more meat on her face. She no longer looked as thin. She constantly chatted with the people around her, skillfully handling all kinds of matters and interpersonal interactions. "You're still dressed so old-fashioned. Good thing you didn't get a black suit." Klein's lips curled up as he muttered to himself. He walked to a corner of the church and found a seat to sit down. After more than 10 minutes, Melissa finished her work and sat in her seat. Festive and cheerful music began to play, gradually becoming somewhat sacred. A lady in a holy wedding gown walked in from the door with her father in one hand and her mother in the other. She walked step by step along the aisle towards the altar. Near the altar, Banson swallowed a mouthful of saliva and could not help but smile. It was his wedding. Klein, who was in the corner, saw this scene. He leaned back a little, lowered his head slightly, and muttered, laughing like a curly-haired baboon. After the bride was sent to the front of the altar by her parents, she first bowed to Banson, then turned to the holy emblem and the priest. Banson returned the greeting and turned around. When the bride's parents were seated, the priest said, "Under the gaze of the goddess of mercy, I shall witness a holy marriage. Praise the Lady." All the guests present, as long as they were believers of the Evernight goddess, raised their right hands at the same time and tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise manner, drawing the stars. This included Klein. After everyone calmed down, the priest turned his head to the bride. "Madam Ruthbrook, are you willing to make this man beside you your husband and enter into a marriage contract with you? Are you willing to love him, respect him, accompany him, and take care of him for the rest of your long life, be it for richer or poorer, in sickness or in health, until the end of your life?" The lady named Ruth looked at the sacred emblem of the Evernight goddess and nodded solemnly. "I am." The smile on Banson's face overflowed once again. The priest turned to look at him. "Mr. Banson Moretti, are you willing to make this lady beside you your wife and enter into a marriage contract with you? Are you willing to love him, respect him, accompany him, and take care of him for the rest of your long life, be it for richer or poorer, in sickness or in health, until the end of your life?" Banson immediately nodded. "I am." Upon seeing this and hearing this, Melissa's vision turned blurry. She felt both sad and happy. After all the things that had happened, the family had finally welcomed a new member. Suddenly, she subconsciously turned her head and looked at the corner. She saw an empty seat. No one was sitting there. Melissa pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. Her gaze swept across the area for a few seconds before she slowly retracted it and looked back at the altar. It wasn't until the priest announced the marriage contract and that Banson and Ruth were officially husband and wife that Melissa smiled again. East Chester County, in the Hall family manor. Klein's figure walked out of the void. His mental stability had recovered a little, and he could seek treatment from a psychiatrist. At the same time, he had to resolve a problem. Chapter 1401. On the balcony that was enveloped by the autumn sun, Audrey wore a refreshing holiday straw hat and sat on a recliner, leisurely flipping through a fashion magazine. On the small round table beside her, there were exquisite pastries and a cup of black tea that was a specialty of her family's manor. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at the edge of the balcony. She saw German Sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and silk top hat, walking over. Audrey turned her head and glanced at her personal maidservant, Annie. She realized that she, like the other servants around her, had turned a blind eye to the stranger's strange appearance. At the same time, Audrey also noticed that the surroundings seemed to have darkened a little. She then stood up, lifted her skirt slightly, and bowed. During this process, she had originally planned on discussing psychological alchemy and Mr. Rath's problems in a relatively serious manner. However, on second thought, she smiled and used a lively tone that could influence the emotions of others. "Mr. World, are you here to seek psychological counseling, or are you here to deal with the problem of Rath?" If it was just the former, Audrey believed that German Sparrow, the World, would let her meet him above the gray fog. It would be more convenient and faster. Therefore, this angel was definitely shouldering Mr. Fool's instructions, a mission that needed to be completed in the real world. At the same time, she acutely sensed that Mr. World's emotions were rather complicated. He was satisfied, happy, depressed, and sad. To German Sparrow's attending physician, such a situation wasn't rare. It often meant that the other party needed to be enlightened or comforted. Both. Klein pulled a chair over and sat beside the small round table. "Do you want black tea or coffee?" Although Audrey hadn't taken the initiative to investigate Mr. World, she had met Don Dantes many times. They had participated in meetings, banquets, and balls together, and under the keen observation of a spectator, many details weren't secrets. For example, Audrey knew that when Don Dantes was German Sparrow, his tastes were sweet, oily, and a little sour. He liked to drink coffee with sugar and not milk. He liked to put lemon slices in his black tea. His first choice of all pastries was cream. He loved foie gras, roasted chicken skin, and preferred ribeye steak over beef tenderloin. He loved desi pie far more than bread. In addition, Audrey was certain that he was a spice aficionado. He had high requirements for seasonings, and in this aspect, his tastes were more inclined towards Desi County. Based on these details, Audrey believed that it was very impolite not to invite Mr. World to enjoy it. And these pastries had to be paired with black tea or coffee. Black tea. Klein thought for a moment before replying. Miss Justice's relaxed, natural, and amiable attitude made him feel a lot more relaxed. He felt that such a state was more beneficial for the subsequent appeasement. In that case, enjoying the pastries while undergoing psychotherapy was definitely better than the other choices. Another cup of black tea with extra lemon slices. Audrey turned her head to the maid, Annie. Annie wasn't surprised by such an order at all. She felt that everything was reasonable. She turned around and walked to the balcony's entrance, instructing the servants standing there. Audrey wasn't in a hurry to undergo psychotherapy, nor did she ask Mr. World the reason for his mixed emotions. With a smile, she seriously introduced the manor's specialties, using it to compare it with Don Dantes's maigre manor. She naturally explained the current situation of the butler and servants. Some stayed in the manor and continued their previous work. With maigre manor's output, it wasn't a problem to provide for them. There was even quite a bit of surplus that could be used to repair the house and donate to charity organizations. Audrey would only periodically send an accountant, a deputy butler, and a staff member of the foundation to check on them. Some felt that they didn't have a true employer and were unable to play their role. They felt ashamed of the salary they received, so they chose to resign and find other jobs. Some became interested in charity activities and found a new meaning in life. They joined a foundation under Audrey's name. Klein listened quietly, occasionally raising a question as though he was chatting with a friend. When the black tea was served, he picked up the cup, took a sip, and nodded in satisfaction. After watching him eat a piece of cream cake, Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly. She smiled and said, "To an angel, food doesn't seem to be a necessity?" "Yes, it's just a hobby," Klein answered simply before adding, "It can be used to maintain one's humanity." Maintain one's humanity. Audrey repeated in thought. This is to resist godhood? Your current mental problems are also of this type? She very gently brought the topic into the field of psychotherapy. Klein nodded slightly. Yes. You should have had a certain level of experience. Every beyonder who has obtained godhood will definitely have such experiences. The only difference is how much. Audrey thought about it seriously and said, "Occasionally I would dream of a ball of light, a light that illuminated the entire world. Occasionally I would hear indescribable and incomprehensible sounds and see a blurry, strange, illusory ocean that seemed to contain many contradictory concepts. It was definitely an illusion, but it was so real. I occasionally dream of a giant cross and hear someone praying in a low voice, but I can't make out the specific content. The second is likely an indirect corruption from the Sapphira of the Chaos Sea and the spiritual will within. The third seems to be visionary atoms beginning to influence the beyonders of the same pathway. The first is the primordial one who awakened in the ancient sun god's body, the ancient god?" Klein thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "The original creator created all things and also split them into various beyonder characteristics. This is the source of the beyonder. Therefore, every one of us has godhood in us. We all have the will of the original creator. When more beyonder characteristics are gathered, He will awaken bit by bit and replace us. He explained the root of the problem in the most common, vague, and non-polluting manner. This had been discussed at the Tarot Club, so it wasn't difficult for Audrey to understand. She thoughtfully said, "That's why we have to use humanity to fight godhood. At the same time, we have to use an anchor? Yes, the light you dream of, the indescribable sounds you hear, and the illusory sea you see are such a type of corruption. As for the giant cross and the prayers, it should be the influence visionary Adam exerts on the beyonders of the same pathway." Klein specifically pointed out the difference between the two situations. Audrey subconsciously sat up straight and looked around. She looked a little afraid. German Sparrow actually said the name that couldn't be mentioned. "Don't worry. He can't hear it with me by your side," Klein explained. Audrey retracted her gaze and didn't hide her surprise. "You've already advanced to Sequence 1? That's way too fast. He has only been a Sequence 2 angel for half a year." Klein frankly replied, "Yes. He can be considered a king of angels." Audrey was silent for a few seconds. She pursed her lips and said with an annoyed smile, "I almost had a psychological problem just now." Klein smiled as well. Personally, becoming the king of angels might not be a good thing. Yes, high-sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway have to pay special attention to their mental state. To other pathways, the increase in godhood and the deepening of corruption is rather obvious, but it's not the case for a spectator. You have to constantly examine yourself and check yourself. You have to trace any tiny changes in your personality and understanding to the source. Make sure that there's no problem and that it's a normal change. Otherwise, you might unknowingly become another person, coldly killing the people you wanted to protect the most. It's not easy for beyonders of the spectator pathway to go crazy, but it's also the easiest for them to go crazy. Audrey replied cautiously, "I understand." Following this topic, she began to ask, "Your mental state is unstable and you have psychological problems. Is it because you became a king of angels in a short period of time that exceeded expectations?" "Yes." Klein drank a mouthful of black tea and said, "The will in my body that doesn't belong to me has already recovered to a large extent. At present, I can barely suppress it and maintain initial mental stability." As Audrey listened to German Sparrow's description, she used her beyonder powers to observe and analyze. After he finished speaking, she revealed a smile that could soothe one's soul. "I have a general grasp of your current situation. The initial treatment plan is divided into 2 steps. I'll first enter your mind world and awaken more of your memories related to humanity. Oh, it doesn't include the ones that will make you want to give up in pain. Following that, when the godhood reacts, I'll use placate, hypnosis, and other beyonder powers to weaken the corruption and negative effects it brings, helping you better suppress it." Klein fell silent for a moment before saying, "All right." He decided to use his unique ability to remain lucid when others entered his dream and mind world. He first gathered the memories related to the Fool and grafted them onto the worms of spirit above the gray fog. At this moment, Audrey got her maidservant, Annie, to bring her a pale white scarf. Following that, she used the thin scarf to cover her eyes and ears. Klein looked at this scene in surprise as he waited for Miss Justice to give him an explanation. After Audrey tied the scarf, she smiled and said, "This is a hypnosis. It's a hypnosis that seals the spirit body's perception. This way, even if I enter your mind world, I won't be able to see or hear the awakened memories. Of course, I'll retain my spirituality's intuition. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find your island of consciousness, nor would I have been able to sense the changes in your godhood. I could have just hypnotized you directly, but you're already a king of angels. I was worried that I would be affected by your consciousness, so I used a ritual with symbolic meaning to complete the hypnosis and strengthen the effects." She explained in an unhurried manner, calming Klein down without realizing it. He nodded gently. "All right, let's begin." P.S. Update first before making any changes. Chapter 1402. After opening the door to the body of heart and mind, Klein carefully extracted the memories related to the fool, gathered them together, and grafted them above the gray fog. Following that, he saw Audrey, with her soft blonde hair draped over her shoulders and a white scarf wrapped around her eyes, walk up the ancient stone staircase from the sea of collective subconscious and step by step onto her mind island. After a moment of hesitation, Klein no longer allowed that portion of his consciousness to reside high in the spirituality sky. He gave up the corresponding control and allowed them to return and fuse together. If he didn't do so, he would remain absolutely rational during the subsequent psychotherapy. He wouldn't be moved by the various memories, and he would lose the possibility of enhancing his humanity. This meant that Audrey's treatment was destined to fail from the very beginning. After relying on her spiritual intuition to reach the mind island that resembled the world of dreams, Audrey stopped and opened her arms slightly. She then recalled her parents' love for her, the excitement she felt when she first became a Beyonder, and the joy she felt when she truly helped others. She used this to change her emotions and emit the corresponding fluctuations. This was a way for her to awaken the memories related to German Sparrow's humanity. It was a Beyonder manifestation of the effects of empathy. Scenes that were either treasured or filled with deep emotions flashed past Audrey's consciousness. Beneath her feet, on the surface of the island that represented Klein's mind, dots of firefly-like light penetrated the soil and floated up. Every dot of light presented a different scene. A child took a step forward with his short legs and received an ice cream. A student used a textbook as a cover to secretly read and read comics. A youth sat in front of a computer desk at home, engrossed in playing games. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole and gently turning it. He suddenly jumped up, forcefully switched off the computer, and rushed back to his room. After that, he was so happy that his footsteps felt a little unsteady when he realized that his actions hadn't been discovered. He went to the living room to ask his mother for pocket money, and in another moment, he wandered to his father's side and casually asked some questions about his studies. A young man and his companion pushed a bashful friend into the corridor, right in front of the girl he had a crush on. Then, they turned around and laughed loudly. A slightly childish young man peeked downstairs and watched a figure leave, but he couldn't open his mouth no matter what. An employee with a slightly protruding belly returned home on vacation. He waved his hand impatiently and told his parents not to take food for him or introduce him to a blind date. But when he calmed down, he stared at his parents' white hair in a daze. A rather scholarly man, his brother and sister moved house together. They looked at the dirt and dust on each other's faces and laughed out loud. Klein sat at the small round table on the balcony, one hand holding his hat, the other hanging in the air, as if he wanted to put it on his face. Two transparent water droplets slowly slid past the bridge of his nose and fell into the void. Klein closed his eyes. His expression was gentle and sad. In his mind island, Audrey seemed to have turned into a whirlpool of emotions, gathering the memories of her kind. Just as the sky above the entire island was filled with light spots that resembled fireflies, a faint grayish-white fog spread out. In the fog, a door of light that was dyed bluish-black was faintly discernible. It was formed from illusory and resplendent spheres of light. The main body of each sphere of light was a transparent, ringed, or star-like insect. They hugged each other and intertwined with each other, like creatures from myths and legends. The door of light looked a little strange at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that its surroundings were dark. It was as if it had been draped in a dark black robe with a hood. Therefore, on the whole, it looked like a mysterious person hiding an unknown oddity under the robe. In the next second, slippery and illusory tentacles emerged from the mysterious person's dark black robe. At that moment, although Audrey's consciousness couldn't see or hear anything, Her spiritual intuition gave her a strong premonition of danger. She had the illusion that a sea of pollution was about to drown her. No, this wasn't an illusion. She believed that if she allowed things to develop this way, she would be infected with a serious mental illness. She might even go crazy on the spot and lose control. Audrey was just about to use all her strength to pacify herself and weaken the pollution in front of her when the firefly-like points of light floating on the island rapidly gathered, illuminating the grayish-white fog and diluting the darkness around the strange door of light. It made the tentacles covered in mysterious and strange patterns shrink back. This was also the reason why Klein had to stabilize his mental state and barely suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy before receiving psychological treatment. This made Audrey sense that the danger had lessened. She hurriedly performed a psyche analysis on herself before immediately pacifying the pollution and performing hypnosis, in the truest sense of the word. Over and over again, Audrey didn't know how long it took before she finally obtained the initial effects she had expected. She then left German Sparrow's mind island and returned to her body. This treatment was very difficult, so she didn't use virtual persona and directly used her body of heart and mind. Sensing the end of the treatment, Klein raised his hand to wipe his face, allowing the fool's memories that had been grafted above the gray fog to return to his body. After a few seconds, Audrey took off the white scarf around her eyes and nose and removed the self-hypnosis. She looked at Mr. World opposite her and muttered to herself and sighed. Is this the mental problem brought about by godhood? It's really terrifying. Klein nodded slightly and said, Yes, every angel has it. Yes, every angel has it. The only difference is whether it's relatively serious or extremely serious. Saints also have it. Low and mid-sequence beyonders who aren't demigods also have it, Audrey added based on German Sparrow's previous explanation. To low and mid-sequence beyonders, the remnant mental imprint of the past owner of the characteristic is a relatively greater danger. Klein picked up the gold-lined cup and took a sip. This is the cruel law of the mysterious world. This is because our beyonder powers come from external objects, from beyonder characteristic. Audrey nodded at first, then shook her head gently and said as she pondered, as she thought, she said, I don't think it's that pessimistic. It's just like how the source of life for every human comes from external objects, air, bread, meat, water, etc. When we absorb them, we will also absorb their side effect. Hence, all kinds of problems will accumulate, resulting in illnesses and other situations. However, this doesn't mean that we have to completely resist them and treat them as external objects in the absolute sense. Once we absorb them, there will always be a portion that belongs to us. I didn't express it very well, but I believe you should be able to understand what I mean. Klein was taken aback for a moment before he replied thoughtfully, Extraordinary beyonders obtain beyonder characteristics just like humans enjoy food? Then, we have to maintain a calm state of mind and not have any thoughts of rejection. We have to resist and cooperate, suppress and assimilate? Something like that. Right after Audrey finished speaking, she laughed in a self-deprecating manner. But this also seems to have a bad meaning. Humans will eventually die, and superhumans. She didn't finish her sentence because she didn't want to agitate the patient. She then said, 2 more times in a week, and I should be able to maintain my mental stability in a normal state. Yes, a normal state. Also, at other times, you can go to places you miss or places you yearn for. Klein nodded and directly said, That's right. What do you think about Rath's suggestion? The smile on Audrey's face slowly disappeared, and her expression gradually became serious. What do you suggest? Klein put down his teacup and said calmly, Strictly speaking, the danger you bring can be divided into 2 types. The first type is when you actively or passively get involved in certain matters and bring powerful enemies to your side, implicating your family, relatives, friends, and innocent people. The second type is when your existence causes certain forces to choose to attack the people you value the most to threaten you. For the latter type, unless you're already dead, you'll never be able to avoid it. Of course, most of these things are transformed from the first type. If you give up all your current identities in the world of mysticism and only become a believer of Mr. Fool and Miss Audrey Hall from now on, and no longer take the initiative to participate in matters that involve beyonders or unstable factors, you can avoid most of the first type of risk and make the second type of situation rare. Under such a premise, the Evernight Goddess's care for the Hall family and Mr. Fool's protection for you will be enough to deal with the rare danger and ensure the safety of your family. Therefore, there's no need to split an identity. Audrey was silent for a while. She bit her lower lip indiscernibly and asked, "What if I want to split an identity? As long as you make that identity also believe in Mr. Fool, then it won't be much different from what I just said. The only difference is that you will have to stay away from your family and friends, and live and act with another identity." Klein's voice was slightly heavy as he said solemnly, "In addition, are you at ease letting Hermes split your identity?" Audrey's inner emotions were disrupted by this question. Her eyes moved slightly. Her eyes flickered as she said, "However, splitting an identity should be the beyonder power of a Sequence 3 Dreamweaver. She definitely wouldn't be able to complete it by herself." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he suddenly asked, "You can rely on that pride mask to directly enter the Garden of Eden?" As Audrey couldn't take the initiative to mention anything related to psychological alchemy, he very directly pointed out the crux of the matter. Audrey nodded gently and said in surprise and puzzlement, as though she had guessed something, "I'm unable to pay you something of equal value." "I can't pay you anything of equal value," and, without waiting for her to finish, Klein said with a cold expression, "On the one hand, Adam betrayed Mr. Fool and nearly killed me. On the one hand, Adam betrayed Mr. Fool and nearly killed me. On the other hand, the apocalypse is approaching. Mr. Fool has prophesied something. When the time comes, he might fall asleep again. As his blessed, I won't be able to escape. The reward you need to pay is to wait for such a change to happen. Follow the instructions left behind by Mr. Fool and do something dangerous to try your best to awaken him." Without giving Miss Justice a chance to digest his words, Klein stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the void in front of him, pulling out a grayish-white, cold, and illusory persona mask. Relying on his level and Audrey's trust in him, he forcefully summoned the projection of the pride mask from the historical void. "It's connected to my mind. No one else can use it." Upon seeing this, Audrey subconsciously pointed out that something was amiss. "Give me a strand of hair," Klein said calmly. Without thinking too much about it, Audrey plucked out a strand of blonde hair and handed it to the German sparrow. Klein took the strand of hair and wrapped it around the eye hole of the persona mask. Then, he held the silk top hat in one hand and the grayish-white mask in the other as he slowly stood up. During this process, he mobilized Sapphira Castle and deceived the rules. But the pride mask was worn on Klein's face without any obstruction. Immediately, animals dressed in human attire and walking upright appeared in front of him. He directly entered the Garden of Eden. Looking at the black cathedral with a skull embedded in it in the middle of the city, Klein curled the corners of his mouth. He took out the staff of the stars and wore the silk top hat. Chapter 1403. Upon sensing the intrusion of a stranger, the animals in top hats, trench coats, or exquisite and complicated dresses stirred as they looked at Klein with eyes filled with the desire to attack. At that instant, Klein, who was wearing the pride mask, felt like he was the enemy of the entire city. He was no stranger to the situation in the Garden of Eden, having watched the council meetings through Miss Justice. He knew that the animals that walked upright on the streets and dressed up as humans were different manifestations of bestial desires. They were more inclined towards consciousness, concepts and abstractions, and not corporeal entities. In other words, they didn't have spirit-body threads, so they wouldn't suffer any physical harm. If not, Klein could have hung these animals up neatly and hung them in midair, letting them sway in the wind. In the next second, with the bear that was about to burst its formal attire, the animals in the Garden of Eden either bared their fangs or growled softly as they surged towards Klein from all directions. Once one was hugged or bitten by them, they would be corrupted by the corresponding bestial desires. They could only rely on their own will or the various beyonder powers of a few pathways like a spectator to resist it. Faced with such a situation, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, tapped the staff of the stars and didn't panic at all. He raised his left hand, spread open his fingers, and suddenly closed them. The Garden of Eden, which was made up of Gothic architecture, was immediately shrouded in a shadow, as though a huge curtain had been drawn over it. Realm of mysteries, the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Klein used this to seal the Garden of Eden, preventing the powerhouses here from escaping. Right on the heels of that, he propped his cane on the ground and walked forward step by step, like a gentleman taking a stroll after cooking. The animals that were wearing human clothes and imitating humans rushed to his side. They naturally changed directions and hugged each other in pairs. A python with its forked tongue swallowed the canine creature that was filled with the desire to mate. A strange man with a colorful spider face used a silk net to entangle a giant rat with scarlet eyes. A tyrannical and crazy werewolf tore at a languid cat. A brown bear wearing a formal attire that walked upright hugged a fox with glossy fur. These animals that represented different aspects of bestial desires fused with each other, forming pairs to offset each other. Klein, who wielded the authority of grafting, slowly walked past them, as if he was examining humanity and bestial desires. Just like that, he walked step by step until he reached the huge church that was more than 80 meters tall and stopped. Then, he raised his head and stared at the skulls embedded in the black pillar for 2 seconds. Klein's expression did not change. He raised his left hand to press down on his top hat and walked down the stairs into the church. He immediately saw a vast and spacious hall with a huge cross and a grayish-white dragon statue coiled around the cross. In front of the cross, there was a long table with 5 chairs on each side. At this moment, there was a man sitting in a black wheelchair at the end of the long table. His face was abnormally pale, and his light yellow eyebrows were very long. His hair was neatly combed back, and there were some wrinkles on his forehead. This was the leader of psychological alchemy, Polly Durlau. At the same time, he was also the famous hermit Eric Derrick and the king of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins. Of course, no one knew if this was his main body or one of his identities. Seeing the German sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat, slowly and oppressively walk over, Polly Durlau gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. When the other party entered the Garden of Eden, he didn't hesitate to leave the Mind City, but he failed to do so. The pride mask on the other party's face seemed to be mocking him. Phew! Polly Durlau quickly calmed his emotions, and his eyes lit up with a clear and illusory light. Such a light condensed into pairs of holy and dreamy wings in front of him. Under the layers of wings was a pure figure of light kneeling on one knee and praying devoutly. This was an angel. At the same time, an ordinary-looking old man with all his hair appeared on Polly Durlau's left. On the right stood a priest in a simple white robe with a pale golden beard covering his face. Ancient Angel Hermes. Visionary Adam. Klein didn't stop walking forward slowly as he muttered to himself, "That's right." He only muttered to himself, "I wish for all the fake ones to disappear." Just as he said that, he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The Angel of Light, Hermes, and Visionary Adam instantly collapsed and disappeared, leaving Polly Durlau alone in the black wheelchair. He had just used the beyonder powers of a dream weaver to weave a few images that were almost real, and once the enemy believed that they were real, they would be real. Although the damage caused wouldn't have any physical effects, it would cause the target to die without them realizing it. Polly Durlau had already scared countless targets to death in their nightmares. Unfortunately, he had encountered Klein, a king of angels who could remain lucid in dreams and had true vision. He used the power of a miracle invoker's wish to easily destroy the illusion. Upon seeing this, Polly Durlau's eyelids twitched. Without any hesitation, he propped himself up with his hands and stood up from the black wheelchair. During this process, his body rapidly expanded, turning into a dragon covered in huge grayish-white scales. Dragonization, an incomplete mythical creature form. Compared to a sequence form manipulator, the incomplete mythical creature form that Polly Durlau displayed was even larger. Furthermore, there were certain changes to his head. It was closer to a lizard than a human. The pale gold vertical eye and the scales on his face that had mysterious patterns intertwined together made him look cold and distorted. And with the appearance of this incomplete mythical creature form, all sorts of thoughts, psyche, desires, and willpower swept through the vast and empty hall like a storm. They invaded Klein's mind island in a half-illusory, half-real manner. This was a combination of mind deprivation and mental plague. It could infect every creature that was affected and corrupted, causing them to go crazy on the spot. To angels, such attacks were the most dangerous. This was because they had certain mental problems. They could lose control at any moment because of the tilting of the scales. Wearing the grayish-white pride mask and half-top hat, Klein didn't stop moving forward. He didn't attempt to avoid the plague storm at the mental level. He continued to walk towards Polly Durlau resolutely, coldly, and unwaveringly. The next second, transparent insects crawled out of the back of his hand, and his clothes swelled up as if there were countless indescribable monsters crawling under them. Suddenly, Klein lost control and turned into a huge vortex formed from transparent maggot. The vortex extended out slippery tentacles with strange patterns. In the middle, a door of light that was dyed bluish-black could be vaguely seen. Upon seeing this scene, even though Polly Durlau had become an incomplete mythical creature, he couldn't help but freeze on the spot. This huge grayish-white dragon seemed to have become a marionette. Its head was filled with paste, and its joints were all rusted. He had looked straight at a mighty existence that he shouldn't have looked straight at. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, immediately dispersed the historical projection that had lost control. The moment he entered the Garden of Eden and drew the Staff of the Stars, he switched locations with the historical void projection summoned by the Worms of Spirit in Sapphira Castle. He directly returned to his ancient palace. Although he knew very well that visionary Adam had gone to the forsaken land of the gods and was attempting to fuse with the true Creator, making it impossible for him to descend with his true body for the time being. At most, him could send another identity, completely unable to do anything to him, a king of angels among kings of angels. However, he still felt that he had to be cautious to prevent himself from falling into Adam's or Amon's trap. Following that, he summoned his former self from the fog of history. He wore the pride mask and held the Staff of the Stars, and he threw him back into the cathedral in the Garden of Eden. Looking at Polly Durlau, who had lost most of his rationality and was unable to control his body, Klein didn't directly control his spirit-body threads to turn this mind dragon into his marionette. He maintained his previous pace and frequency as he slowly approached him. In Polly Durlau's eyes, German Sparrow was like death itself. He didn't come quickly and had his own rhythm, but he couldn't escape no matter what. At this moment, the grayish-white dragon statue on the huge cross behind him moved. There was almost no difference between before and after. Klein raised his left hand and suddenly pulled it down. The shadow curtain that enveloped the Garden of Eden instantly shrank, enveloping the huge cross, the grayish-white dragon statue, and Polly Durlau. In the next second, Klein raised the curtain. The incomplete mythical creature that Polly Durlau had transformed into fused with the huge cross like a knotted tree. As for the grayish-white dragon statue, it connected the entire Garden of Eden, turning the city outside the cathedral into an abnormally illusory sea that contained all colors. This wasn't the Chaos Sea, but a borrowing of power. Klein had tampered with the target and reorganized it. At this moment, German Sparrow, who had been slowly walking forward, arrived beside the knotted tree. He raised his right hand, and under Polly Durlow's still lifeless but somewhat terrified gaze, he swung the Staff of the Stars. This staff, which was embedded with many gems, struck the target heavily, splitting it into two. Amidst the cracking sounds, Polly Durlow's body, which was formed from the combination of the huge cross, fell to the ground piece by piece. The leader of the Mind Alchemists died before he could even say his last word. While waiting for Polly Durlow's Beyonder characteristic to appear, Klein looked around and chuckled inwardly. As expected, Hermes's true goal is to use the faction behind Miss Justice to destroy the Garden of Eden and use this to escape Adam. The words of the Mind Dragon, Arihog, have made him make up his mind. However, he has to leave me a few sealed artifacts. There's no need to run away with them. Could it be that this rabbit should be wearing the mask of greed and not the mask of wrath? There might still be psychological alchemy in the future, but the one behind it will no longer be the Twilight Hermit Order, but Hermes himself. P.S. Update before making any changes. Chapter 1404. Retracting his gaze, Klein cast his gaze at the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out from Polly Durlow's body. It was formed from wisps of thin fog, as though it was an unreal, grayish-white brain that came from a dream. He believed that the Garden of Eden was the safest, so he placed his true body here and moved around in the outside world with different identities? Who knew that Hermes, who was supposed to be a defensive barrier, would abandon this place? If a real angel were to watch the Garden of Eden and fully utilize the uniqueness of this Mind City, I wouldn't have been able to deceive the rules so easily and successfully infiltrate. As Klein muttered to himself, he casually made a wish to accelerate the separation and condensation of the Beyonder characteristic. But, with a snap of his fingers, his wish came true. Following that, he picked up the Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic and the items that could be used as supplementary ingredients, took off the pride mask on his face, and left the Garden of Eden. With his departure, the remaining parts of the city collapsed, fusing into the boundless sea of collective subconscious. From then on, the legend of the Garden of Eden would appear in many dreams. Eventually, it would be depicted by certain artists and made into a story that would be widely circulated. And the ending of all the stories would definitely be the same: the destruction of the Garden of Eden. Returning to the balcony of the Hall family manor, Klein looked at Miss Justice, who had already adjusted her mental state. He handed over the Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic, the corresponding ingredients, and the potion formula he had seen on the second blasphemy slate. Before Audrey could speak, he said in a deep voice, "You can go back on your word before the official advancement. You can go back on your word before the official advancement." Audrey received Mr. World's gift and nodded silently, indicating that she would consider it seriously. Wearing an exquisite straw hat, she saw German Sparrow turn around and walk to the edge of the balcony, disappearing step by step. After eliminating his traces and concealing the clues, Klein cleverly used his grafting ability and the uniqueness of Sapphira Castle to return to Bakeland and appear in front of Zio, who was on her break. The MI9 colonel, who was nibbling on an apple, immediately put down the food in her hand and wiped her mouth with a tissue as she stood up. "Yes, what's up?" She was careful not to call him Mr. World, nor did she call out the name German Sparrow. Klein nodded slightly. "Mr. Fool got me to ask you if you wish to obtain the potion formula, Beyonder characteristic, and supplementary ingredients of a sequence 4 imperative mage?" Zio frowned slightly without any joy as she asked solemnly, "What's the matter? So, what's the price?" Klein nodded approvingly. "The apocalypse is coming and many changes are beginning to happen. As a result, Mr. Fool foresaw certain things. At that time, it is very likely that he will fall into a deep slumber again, and as his blessed, his left hand, I will not be able to escape. The price you need to pay is to follow the oracle left behind by Mr. Fool when such a situation really happens. Do something that might be dangerous or easy, complicated or simple, long or short to awaken Mr. Fool. As a seer at the King of Angels level, and the owner of Sapphira Castle, Klein had long been able to make a certain level of prophecy. Recently, he had seen some blurry scenes and had some inspiration. Therefore, although his thoughts weren't too clear, he definitely made all sorts of arrangements. Now, I'm the real charlatan. He lampooned himself inwardly. Before Zio could speak, he added, you can choose to reject it. You can choose to refuse, but you are not the only choice. Zio believed that Mr. World wouldn't be sarcastic about such matters. She didn't immediately answer as she seriously considered the matter. If it wasn't for the apocalypse, she felt that she would have rejected it. Although a demigod was powerful and terrifying, able to dominate a battlefield and control the fates of others, making them creatures with true godhood, becoming a Sequence 4 wasn't that urgent for her. As a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin and a colonel of MI9, her strength ensured that she could complete most missions. Her salary and all sorts of additional income was enough for her and her family to maintain a very good and decent life. Even if she were to encounter danger, she could obtain sufficient help from the official factions. Furthermore, she could prepare Lamino's travels in advance, and get her friend Furs to protect her in secret. In addition, she had already completed her wish of investigating her father's death and restoring his reputation. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, there was no need for her to pay a huge price to become a Sequence 4. Besides, it wasn't impossible for her to obtain an opportunity from MI9 in the future. Of course, Zio had no idea how long this future would take. Be it Mr. Fool's information or the various prophecies I deliberately gathered using my job, they all clearly or vaguely point out that the apocalypse is coming. There's only 16 years left. Zio subconsciously turned her body and looked at the second floor. With the present living conditions, Mom will definitely be able to live to 16 years later. When that happens, she won't be considered too old. Furthermore, Mr. Moon will provide all sorts of medicine to maintain her health. 16 years later, Law will be in his prime and at the peak of his career. Furs might already be a Sequence 3. In order to deal with the apocalypse and seek hope, she's busy. As for me, I can't help much. Zio slowly retracted her gaze as she fell silent with a heavy expression. Then, she looked at the world, German Sparrow, and nodded solemnly. All right. You can set up a ritual at any time and make a wish to Mr. Fool. He will fulfill your wish. Klein didn't beat around the bush as he gave a simple explanation. His imperative Mage Beyonder characteristic and potion formula came from New Moon City's sacrifices. Of course, he had also bestowed the sealed artifact, General of the Pupilless Eye, to his believers. After Zio made her decision, she stopped worrying about the matter. Wendell seemed to have gone to Utopia again, but strangely, he returned that night and didn't testify in court. This made him confused and worried. Tell him that there's no need to worry about this matter anymore. Everyone in Utopia has been buried by a natural disaster. With that said, Klein turned around and walked into the spirit world. In a cemetery on the outskirts of the East District of Bakeland, Klein quietly looked at the cupboard where the cinerary urns were placed. He did not move his eyes away for a long time. After a while, he slowly walked under the shade of an empty tree, took out the historical projection of the adventurer's harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, immediately walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. Without waiting for Miss Messenger to speak, Klein took the initiative to ask. The major churches are preparing to encircle and annihilate Rose School, and they plan to ally with you. Is there anything I can help you with? He learned of this matter from the star Leonard and the moon Emlyn. Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another, for the time being. No. Need. Wait, lock onto. Target. Later. Then, this means that with the mother tree of desire, the primordial moon, and the other outer deities, as well as the chained god-king of angels interfering with divination and prophecy, it won't be that easy to find the demigods of Rose School. They need to spend a certain amount of time and adopt various strategies? That's right. Even a Rhodes doesn't dare to spy under such circumstances. Otherwise, I can summon its historical void projection. Klein thought for a moment and said, if there's a directly related item as a medium, I can lock onto the corresponding target. If there's a directly related item as a medium, I can lock onto the corresponding target. When the time came, he could use the power of Sapphira Castle to pierce through the concealment. All right. Rionette Tinker's 4 beautiful heads bobbed up and down at the same time. Klein didn't have anything else to do, so he planned on getting Miss Messenger to return. He had intended to ask in a joking tone, "Is there a fee for this summoning?" But his spiritual perception suddenly stirred, and he fell silent. After a few seconds, he raised his hand and took out a gold coin from Sapphira Castle. This was one of the 5 gold coins that had been tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle and had become somewhat magical. Here's the postage. Klein smiled as he handed over the gold coin in his hand. This time. No. After the 2 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands finished speaking, the remaining 2 did not finish their sentence. He had a strong sense of inspiration. He seemed to have sensed something. In the next second, one of the 2 golden-haired, red-eyed heads that hadn't spoken yet raised its head and bit the gold coin on Klein's fingertip. Done. Klein withdrew his hand and said with a smile. Then, he asked casually, "What's going on? Are Miss Sharon and Merrick still in Bakeland?" "Yes." Miss Messenger informed Klein of her student's current address. In a house, Merrick sat at a long table and skillfully played cards with his zombies. Suddenly, Sherlock Moriarty's figure appeared on an empty chair. He put down his hat and unceremoniously took his cards from a zombie's hand. Merrick looked up at him and moved his lips, but he didn't open them in the end. He got the zombie, who was acting as the dealer, to continue dealing cards. Just like that, Klein joined their ranks and played hand after hand. There were wins and losses. In a corner, Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and a small and exquisite bonnet, had appeared at some point in time. She held her face with one hand and quietly watched the game. After playing for about 2 hours, Klein stood up and formally bowed to Miss Sharon and Merrick. Then, he laughed, put on his hat, walked to the door, and disappeared. Deep in the spirit world, outside the thin fog that hid Calderon City, Klein, who had finished 3 treatments, appeared. Chapter 1405. As he didn't know what state Amon was in, Klein didn't dare delay. After his mental problems were resolved, he immediately came to Calderon City and prepared to obtain the river water of the River of Eternal Darkness. As this involved Sapphira, he could only perform divination and prophecy to a certain extent. He could vaguely see some scenes and was unable to make an accurate judgment. After surveying his surroundings, Klein raised his hand and summoned the historical void projection he had seen a few minutes ago, allowing his main body to return to Sapphira Castle. His consciousness then shifted to the projection, allowing it to have a corporeal existence. Following that, Klein grabbed at the void and pulled out the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. To be frank, after being able to use most of the Beyonder powers below Sequence 0 of the Apprentice pathway through Sapphira Castle, Klein actually didn't need the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Staff of the Stars. He could basically reproduce the miraculous effects of the latter, and there were almost no negative effects. However, he ultimately believed that an angel still had to have a melee weapon. This was because he didn't know when he would fall into a predicament where his active Beyonder powers would fail. In the mysterious world, this was definitely something that could happen. Be it the nomological restrictions of the arbiter pathway or the beyonder powers that a particular outer deity brought about to a certain extent, it was possible to achieve a similar effect. In such a situation, picking up a sturdy staff with some passive effects and directly smashing the enemy's head into pieces was an effective way to deal with them. As a king of angels of the seer pathway, it was an instinct to make all sorts of preparations. After weighing the staff of the stars and pressing down on his top hat, Klein took out the golden bird-shaped accessory from Sapphira Castle and pinned it to the pocket on his left chest. Then, he took a step forward and entered Calderon City, which was once the divine kingdom of the ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Gregres. The first thing that entered his eyes was a huge, bottomless pit. All kinds of strangely shaped buildings surrounded the deep pit, extending down circle after circle, forming a magnificent city that was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. Some of the buildings were single houses on top of pale stone pillars, some were huge rectangular coffins without windows, and the doors were open to the roof. Some were graves with stone tablets at the entrance, and some were built with all kinds of bones, looking rather messy. The closer they were to the bottom of the pit, the more intact the buildings were. The closer they were to the top, the more collapsed they were. They were filled with the decay and dilapidation of time. With just a glance, a faint grayish-white fog appeared around Klein. With Sapphira Castle's status, he resisted Calderon's rule of turning all living beings into the dead. For him, becoming a dead person did not have too many negative effects, but he himself did not like that kind of cold and indifferent feeling. The grayish-white flood from before has receded. Klein, who was wearing a top hat and trench coat and holding a cane, nodded in thought. With one step, he entered the depths of Calderon City that could be seen with the naked eye. This time, he had used the beyonder powers of the Marauder pathway to directly steal away the distance within his perception range, so as to avoid entanglement with the various dangerous monsters that were active in this mysterious city. This wasn't because he was afraid. The ones who should be afraid were the monsters. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to waste time, he actually didn't mind taking the opportunity to gather a batch of marionettes to make up for the losses caused by Utopia's destruction. Apart from this reason, Klein was also cautious about something else. Calderon City was an undead city, and it was very likely that the river of eternal darkness flowed deep underground. As for marionettes, they were essentially dead. Once they approached the underground, there was a chance of them undergoing an anomaly. As he took one step at a time, Klein realized that he was overthinking things. None of the various monsters hidden in this strange city dared to appear. The aura of Sapphira Castle made their survival instincts triumph over their crazy tendencies and predatory habit. The deeper he went, the quieter Klein's surroundings became. The strange buildings were clearly intact, but they seemed to have been dead for many years. Even the aura turned cold, dark, and decaying. Now, it's like watching a black and white silent movie. If it wasn't for the fact that I can hear my own breathing and heartbeat, I would suspect that I'm deaf. Klein coughed lightly and used his inner grumbling to resist the silence of death. He intuitively believed that once he adapted to this environment, his body and mind would turn silent. Then, he would truly and irreversibly die bit by bit. The closer he got underground, the more intense this feeling became. As he constantly stole the distance, Klein walked forward for a long time before he finally saw the bottom of the crater. No, this wasn't the bottom in the true sense of the word. It was just that there was a huge, dark palace blocking the path down. This palace was propped up by huge pillars. It was embedded with all kinds of bones and corpses of different parts. Some places were even covered in bloody skins that belonged to different races. Klein stared at it for a few seconds. Without any hesitation, he carried the staff of the stars and entered the palace through the open door. On both sides of the hall were coffins of different shapes and colors. They were placed there quietly, as though their existence had been eroded by the wind of death. As Klein entered, the coffins suddenly emitted some sounds, as though rusty joints were opening one after another. The grayish-white fog around Klein thickened, and all the coffins suddenly fell silent. Ignoring these things, Klein took a step and came to the depths of the hall. There was a grayish-white stone staircase that led downwards. At the entrance stood a huge stone monument. At the top of the stone monument stood a slender statue of a giant bird that seemed to be made of bronze. Its wings had all kinds of pale symbols. Under the bird-shaped bronze statue, on the surface of the stone monument, the words that originated from the language of the dead were like very simplified birds of different shapes or coiled snakes of different shape. They formed two vague sentences. Even deities can't escape. Even if they die, they will be imprisoned. This is a warning to all living beings that come to Calderon City not to follow this staircase down. It leads directly to the river of eternal darkness? Klein's thoughts raced as he seriously interpreted the words on the stone monument. From his point of view, this seemed to indicate that even a sequence zero true God would sink into the river of eternal darkness once they approached it, unable to escape. And even if they died, they would be imprisoned by the abstract Sphirot. Although they wouldn't vanish, they wouldn't be able to escape. From the looks of it, it's the same as Chaos Sea. Without the protection of the Sphirot, just approaching the river of eternal darkness will result in a terrifying anomaly. Klein retracted his gaze and adjusted the golden bird-shaped accessory that was pinned to his chest pocket. He circled around the stone monument with the bronze statue and walked down the grayish-white staircase. He didn't try to steal the distance to prevent himself from falling into danger. In the dark, silent, and cold environment, the golden bird-shaped accessory on Klein's chest emitted a pale glow, illuminating a very small area. It was like a boat of life that was struggling to survive the waves of death. After descending for an unknown period of time, the aura of Sapphira Castle around him expanded reflexively, becoming extremely thick like a grayish-white cocoon. At the same time, Klein turned his head slightly and heard a faint, illusory sound. This seemed to indicate that deep underground, not far from where he was, there was a dark river slowly flowing. In the next second, Klein looked down at his feet. At some point in time, a dark, incorporeal stream of water had surged over. Even light couldn't exist on its surface. This is different from the last time I saw it. Klein frowned slightly. Back when he went to Calderon City to hunt the spirit world plunderer, he had triggered a certain change, causing a large amount of grayish-white illusory water to surge up from the bottom of the crater. The two times he saw it, the colors were completely different. Just as Klein's thoughts raced, at the bottom of the stone staircase, where the dark tide surged over, a thin grayish-white fog spread upwards. It combined with the illusory water and expanded into a grayish-white, light water that was closer to fog. After the water surged to Klein's feet, it quietly shrank back, as though it was doing a periodic ebb and flow. This thin grayish-white fog is a little familiar. Klein's expression turned solemn. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued descending. This time, the rising illusory tide drowned him, causing his body to become light and his emotions to quickly turn cold, causing his thoughts to gradually die. If it wasn't for the protection of Sapphira Castle's aura, Klein suspected that he would have passively fused with the tide without being able to resist. Following that, the grayish-white cocoon rose and fell in the water. With the ebb and flow of the tide, it slowly reached the end of the staircase. Beyond the end was a stretch of nothingness. In the nothingness, a straight, wide, illusory, colorless, and gloomy river flowed. This river was blurry and difficult to see clearly because it was shrouded in a thin, grayish-white fog that resembled a barrier. As expected, Klein couldn't help but mutter when he saw this. He was no stranger to this fog. He had seen it behind the door in the Bansi ruins, in the easternmost area of the forsaken land of the gods, and under Sapphira Castle. Unlike other places, a portion of the river of eternal darkness's water penetrated the grayish-white fog and fused with it to a certain extent. At times it was dark, and at other times it was pale white. This portion of the river kept rising and falling, like a tributary that surged through the darkness. On both sides of the tributary stood huge and pale stone pillars. They seemed to be supporting something, preventing it from collapsing. At that moment, between the stone pillars and the edge of the tributary, countless blurry, translucent figures were walking back and forth, slowly but incessantly. Among them, the most eye-catching was a dazed figure that would occasionally walk into the depths of the tributary and turn around from time to time. However, it was unable to escape the river no matter what. It was so huge that it was about the same size as the surrounding stone pillars. It was draped in a deep black robe, and its side profile was already old. Suddenly, it turned its head and looked at Klein. Its face clearly had the characteristics of the southern continent, but there were already patches of rotting on its body. White feathers that were stained with yellow oil grew out one after another. Klein knew him. He was Mr. Aztec's father, Death from the Fourth Epoch, Emperor of the Underworld, Salinger. Chapter 1406. Death Salinger, who was wandering around the river of eternal darkness, looked at Klein, who was wrapped in the grayish-white cocoon. In his pale white eyes that were about to be extinguished, the golden bird-shaped accessory on Klein's chest instantly reflected his eyes. In the next second, a deep roar came out of his rotting mouth and echoed above the river, causing the entire Calderon city to clearly shake. The tributary that sometimes rolled up and sometimes fell, sometimes dark and sometimes pale white, surged towards the end of the stone staircase and crazily surged towards Klein. During this process, the illusory tide merged with the grayish-white fog, presenting a similar color. The grayish-white torrent struck Klein's body again and again, but it was unable to destroy the cocoon beside him. Death Salinger's rotting body walked to the edge of the tributary step by step, but he couldn't escape. All he could do was stand there and roar crazily. Klein's gaze went past him, and looked at the countless blurry figures that were loitering on both sides of the tributary. A portion of them had already been swept to the middle of the tributary by the rising tide. They couldn't help but sink to the bottom of the river, melting like ice. The remaining ones didn't show any fear. They maintained a dazed and confused state as they paced back and forth endlessly. At a glance, Klein saw many familiar figures. They all belonged to the same person, the bronze-skinned and gentle Aztec Eggers. This death consul seemed to have split into many versions of himself as he wandered around the pale white stone pillars on both sides of the river of eternal darkness. As Klein's heart stirred, his right leg suddenly turned cold. He subconsciously looked down and saw a pale palm. The palm pierced through the grayish-white cocoon and grabbed his calf. And the owner of this palm floated in the surging torrent like a water ghost that wanted to pull Klein into the deep waters. Its attack could actually ignore the aura of Sapphira Castle. Sensing Klein's gaze, the owner of the pale palm raised his head and revealed his face. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were ordinary, and he had a bookish air. Klein Moretti. The water demon was Klein Moretti. In the next second, Klein's left leg, right shoulder, and left arm were also grabbed by different pale palms. This made his body turn cold as his spirit body seemed to freeze. He couldn't use any of his Beyonder powers, much less struggle. The three pale white hands belonged to different blurry figures, and these blurry figures all had the same face. It was Klein Moretti's face. Under the dragging of the four water ghosts, Klein's body gradually left the grayish-white cocoon and sank into the torrent. His body grew colder and colder. His thoughts gradually became silent. His vision turned black bit by bit. In the end, all that was left was a wavering, lightless wave. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein's consciousness returned to his body. Then, without any hesitation, he reached out his palm and used the power of Sapphira Castle. Through his connection with the historical projection, he stole an item from the latter. A golden light flashed, and Klein grabbed the bird-shaped golden accessory. At the same time, he dispelled the maintenance of the historical void projection. The figure that had drowned in the eternal darkness's flood disappeared. To be able to ignore Sapphira Castle's aura, it means that those four figures are really me. But why would I be trapped in a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, endlessly wandering about? Four figures, four figures. Klein's expression was solemn as he tapped the edge of the long mottled table. He gained inspiration from the tapping sounds. The fact that he had died 4 times and resurrected 4 times was that he had already died and resurrected 4 times. Of course, after becoming an attendant of mysteries, the 4 chances of resurrection had been reset. Every time I die, regardless of whether I successfully resurrect, I'll leave a mark in the river of eternal darkness? I've died 4 times, so there are 4 figures loitering on both sides of the river of eternal darkness? Klein roughly grasped the crux of the matter before sighing inwardly. As expected of a Sapphira, the river of eternal darkness is indeed a Sapphira. As expected of a symbol of death, eternal slumber, end, darkness, and other things. This is what the goddess meant when she said that there's an extraordinary danger to me? Yes, when the historical projection was drowned, I suffered a certain level of mental damage. If my mental state wasn't stable, I might have already suffered a problem. Based on this deduction, Klein had a brand new understanding of the numerous figures of Aztec and Death Salinger. They were the corresponding death imprints. When Mr. Aztec was in the undying stage, he did die many times in the process of pursuing his memories. However, he came back to life every time. According to the current situation, although an undying is undying, there's still a huge latent danger. After dying a few more times, his true body might be attracted to the river of eternal darkness one day and become one of the figures loitering eternally. There's only one figure of Salinger. This means that after accommodating the uniqueness, his death imprint will also be unique. As Klein's thoughts raced, he was somewhat worried about Mr. Aztec's future survival. There were 2 ways to resolve this latent danger. The first was to replenish Aztec's soul and prevent him from repeating his past. The second was to help the Evernight goddess become a great old one and control the river of eternal darkness. Perhaps this is another 2-in-1 choice. If the goddess becomes a great old one, there's no need for her to use the other half of Mr. Aztec's soul. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused his attention back on his goal. He didn't enter the depths of Calderon City to resolve Death Salinger's death imprint, preventing him from having any hope of resurrecting, but to obtain some of the river of eternal darkness's water. Clearly, the illusory tide that surges out from the river won't do. This is only the dispersed aura and not the river itself. Also, the river water that has fused with the grayish-white fog won't do either. It's not pure enough, so it likely won't achieve the desired effect. From the looks of it, I can only obtain the river water when the tributary returns to its dark state. I can't enter the main branch at all. The grayish-white fog must be a sturdy barrier. Klein quickly came up with a plan based on his analysis. That was to not approach the river of eternal darkness and not attract Death Salinger's attention. He would wait for the tributary to recede and turn dark before heading over. He would then allow his 4 death imprints to drag the historical projection to the bottom of the river. During this process, the historical projection seized the opportunity to use the golden bird-shaped accessory to obtain some of the river water. Then, he transferred his consciousness back to Sapphira Castle and relied on his theft ability and the close connection between the two to take away the golden bird-shaped accessory. After detailing the steps, Klein returned to the spirit world city of Calderon City and summoned his historical void influence again. He repeated the previous process, and quickly returned to the side of the stone tablet with the bronze bird statue on top. He walked down the grayish-white stone stairs step by step. The aura of Sapphira Castle around him gradually thickened, turning into a thin cocoon. Before long, Klein arrived at the end of the staircase and saw the river of eternal darkness that flowed in the void. He saw the pale white pillars on both sides and the countless blurry figures that lingered at the edge of the tributary. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to move forward. He left the staircase and patiently waited on the spot, waiting for the tributary's water to recede and turn dark. Now's the time. Klein's figure flashed as he stole the distance and appeared in a corner where Death Salinger couldn't see. Without any surprises, as his body immersed in the river of eternal darkness, pale white palms immediately penetrated the aura of Sapphira Castle and grabbed his legs and arms. His 4 death imprints appeared around him in a bid to drag him to the bottom of the river. The dark river drowned Klein's head, making his body cold and his thoughts silent. Before he completely lost consciousness, transparent and twisted maggots drilled out from Klein's neck. They quickly crawled to the side of the golden bird-shaped accessory, surrounded it, and lifted it up in preparation to absorb the river of eternal darkness's water. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared in the illusory river in front of Klein. It was a giant bird that was completely submerged by the river of eternal darkness's tributary and floating in the water. The giant bird's body was covered in pale white flames and feathers weaved from mysterious patterns. However, the river of eternal darkness had melted away most of its skin, revealing pitch-black, rotten skin with pale yellow pus. The giant bird's eyes seemed to be made of bronze, and there were layers of illusory doors hidden in them. Phoenix ancestor Greggrace, the ancient death who opened up the underworld. In Greggrace's eyes, a bronze glow burst out, enveloping the golden bird-shaped accessory and Klein's historical projection in a bid to drag them over. After weighing the current situation, Klein instantly made a decision and gave up on the attempt to absorb the river water. His consciousness immediately returned to Sapphira Castle and stole the golden bird-shaped accessory. His historical projection dissipated as well. There's danger in the water too. Phoenix ancestor Greggrace, the ancient goddess, has completely sunk into the river of eternal darkness. If the goddess truly accommodates the uniqueness of the death pathway, Salinger will likely sink into the water like Greggrace if he doesn't take the opportunity to resurrect in his body. And Greggrace's death imprint will further melt as a result. Klein sighed silently and made the corresponding changes to his plan of action. Right on the heels of that, he summoned the historical void projection like before and returned to the end of the staircase. After waiting for a while, when Death Salinger turned around and slowly walked towards the river, Klein suddenly stole the distance and appeared in front of him. In the next second, Salinger let out a low roar, causing the water level of the tributary to rise rapidly. At the same time, Klein was grabbed by his death imprints and dragged to the bottom of the river. He sensed Phoenix ancestor Greggrace. Just like before, Greggrace's bronze eyes shone brightly. However, the light didn't envelop Klein and the golden bird-shaped accessory, but Death Salinger. Grafting. Seizing this short opportunity, the worms of spirit that crawled out of Klein's historical projection lifted the golden bird-shaped accessory. The accessory's bronze eyes also emitted light as it absorbed a small amount of river water. In the next moment, Klein's consciousness returned to Sapphira Castle, and he raised his hand to retrieve the accessory. Phew, it's finally done. Looking at the golden bird-shaped accessory in his hand, he slowly exhaled. To the owner of Sapphira Castle, this mission wasn't difficult. As long as he didn't rashly enter with his main body, he could rely on repeated failures to accumulate experience and figure out the situation. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 deaths in the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, one wandering and the other sinking, Klein wouldn't have failed twice. Chapter 1407. Weighing the golden bird-shaped accessory in his hand, Klein quickly returned to reality. He randomly chose an empty spot, set up an altar, and held a sacrificial ritual. He didn't have any intention of delving deeper into the other secrets hidden in the city of the dead, the river of eternal darkness, and the blurry figures that lingered in it. This was because he had something more important to do. He still had a key question he wanted to ask the Evernight goddess. Soon, he held the ritual and combined the candlelight with the spiritual materials, forming a door of sacrifice and bestowment. Without any hesitation, Klein placed the golden bird-shaped accessory into the wind, allowing it to slowly pass through the mysterious door and disappear into the endless darkness. In the next second, he acutely sensed that he had been forcefully dragged into a dream. In the middle of the dream was a Gothic palace that seemed to have fused with the surrounding darkness. Its details were exquisite, and its color was dim, but it didn't lose its magnificence. Klein passed through the night vanilla and slumber flowers and entered the palace. In the deepest depths of the hall, the Evernight goddess sat on an ancient, high-backed chair. She was still wearing the layered but uncomplicated black dress. The resplendent specks of light on the dress and the palace's dome, walls, and columns reflected off each other, creating a quiet and dreamy starry sky. The Evernight goddess, whose face seemed to be covered with layers of veil, held the golden bird-shaped accessory and slowly stood up. She walked down the stairs and stood in front of Klein. Her voice sounded like a serenade. "What do you have to ask?" Klein politely took off his top hat and bowed slightly. "I want to know if the grayish-white fog that envelopes the river of eternal darkness is related to the Lord of the Mysteries. In other words, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." Although the Evernight goddess's head couldn't be seen clearly, it made Klein feel that she seemed to be smiling. "Yes, and it's not only the river of eternal darkness that's enveloped by the grayish-white fog. The city behind the door in Bansi Harbor and the entire western continent are enveloped by the grayish-white fog." Klein hesitated for a moment. "This is a seal?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection nodded. "Yes, apart from Sapphira Castle and Chaos Sea, all the other spheroid have been sealed in the western continent by the Lord of the Mysteries. The river of eternal darkness, the brood mother, the city of calamity, the world of shadows, the nation of disorder, the knowledge more, and the key of light have all been sealed by the celestial worthy in the western continent? Wasn't this too much? How extravagant! It's no wonder that the city behind the door in Bansi Harbor is like Shanghai in the past. This is the city of calamity affecting the city in reality as well as Bansi. Then, to a certain extent, it also resulted in certain changes?" Klein came to a sudden realization and was amazed. Previously, when he saw the scene behind the door in Bansi, he suspected that it was related to the western continent. Furthermore, based on the clue that Bansi was the location of the Red Angel Medici family, he suspected that behind the door was the reflection of the Sapphira of the City of Calamity. After a moment of silence, Klein didn't hide his feelings and sighed frankly. He sighed frankly and said, "The strength of that Lord of the Mysteries far exceeds my imagination. How could such a great old one, who can be called a pillar of the universe, perish silently?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection shook her head. "It's not completely silent. From some of the clues we have now, he perished together with the god of ancient times. That god's corpse formed the first blasphemy slate in the Chaos Sea. Beside the slate is the Marauder Pathway's uniqueness," Meng Chuan said. "In other words, in the middle of the first epoch, the Lord of the Mysteries and God had an abnormally intense battle that didn't cause much of a stir. In the end, both of them perished? This can explain why the ancient sun god possessed or grazed the uniqueness of the Marauder Pathway when he walked out of Chaos Sea. That was torn from the Lord of the Mysteries by God of ancient times." As Klein's thoughts ran wild, he asked in puzzlement, "Why did they want to kill each other? They are both pillars, but they belong to different pathways. There shouldn't be any conflict that can't be resolved through life and death." The Evernight goddess's dream projection said gently and soothingly, "Convergence is instinct. The higher the level, the stronger the instinct. That Lord of the Mysteries and the God of ancient times had an uncontrollable convergence, becoming the embodiment of the entire universe, which is also the instinct of the original creator. The stronger, the crazier? Apart from being cunning, powerful, terrifying, and filled with intelligence, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings also has such a side? Klein thought for a moment and said, that Lord of the Mysteries and the God of ancient times, in essence, should be different aspects of the original Creator? The Evernight Goddess's dream projection said with a comforting voice, it might be more accurate to use the same existence as different personalities. The original Creator was the creator and terminator of the universe. He was day and night, the light of holiness, and also the abyss of depravity. He was the collective of all contradictory concepts and symbols. Therefore, he naturally has an uncontrollable tendency to split. And once he splits, he will produce a strong tendency to converge. In history that's even more ancient than the era we once lived in, the original Creator had naturally split into many personalities. They were also in a state of slumber, but they began to use the authority and beyonder characteristics they controlled to indirectly influence the world. They made many preparations for the true split after the original Creator awakened. Among them, the most powerful and active ones are God and the Lord of the Mysteries. The latter has another honorific name in the Western continent. In the early stages of the first epoch, they should have used different methods to grasp additional, multiple spheroid. This made their instinct to converge even stronger, to the point of being unable to control themselves as they targeted each other. According to the research of the ancient sun god, a pillar is the highest level of stability one can achieve. If the great old ones exceed this limit, even if they only contain one more spheroid, they will definitely be controlled by the instinct to converge, unable to reverse it. No one knows the exact situation of that battle. Even the seven lights of the spirit world don't know. We only know that from then on, the two great old ones, who can be called pillars, completely disappeared. As for the other spheroid outside Chaos Sea and Sapphira Castle, they were sealed in the western continent by the power of Sapphira Castle. That was once the territory ruled by the Lord of the Mysteries. Such an arrangement leads to a problem. That is, before the Lord of the Mysteries and God reappear and break the seal in the western continent, no sequence 0 in this world can become a great old one and fight against the outer deities. As the apocalypse draws closer, this problem will force all the true gods to nurture a Lord of the Mysteries or God of Mysteries. And the previous Lord of the Mysteries and God of Mysteries are very likely to awaken in their bodies. So, sealing the other spheroid was deliberately done by the celestial worthy to prevent the future sequence 0 true deities from deliberately avoiding their own pathways and killing the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries? And as long as a new Lord of the Mysteries is born, he will have a very high chance of resurrecting and completely awakening. Isn't this too sinister? To a certain extent, there's no need to be afraid of others knowing about such an arrangement. The more existences that know about it, the more inclined they will be to support a Lord of the Mysteries as soon as possible. This is to prevent them from only having a few years left to control their respective Sapphira and become a great old one. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was extremely terrifying. This made him sigh in his heart. As expected of the great old ones who can make the genie fall into such a situation, Klein then asked, then why didn't you support a Master of Mysteries in the fourth epoch? In fact, he already knew the answer to this question. As time passed, the wills of the original Creator, the celestial Lord and the God, were constantly declining. The closer it was to the apocalypse, the weaker the corresponding will would be. The latecomers would be more likely to resist, suppress, and not lose themselves. The fact that Adam had waited until recently to advance to visionary was proof of this. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection had a hint of a smile. Back then, Ammon and Bethel weren't willing. They wished to make all sorts of preparations and wait until the apocalypse was approaching before attempting it. As for Salinger, He planned on indirectly using the river of eternal darkness to fuse with the Red Priest's uniqueness and create a new Great Old One path. Then, he went crazy and couldn't restrain his desire to converge the twilight and darkness pathways. Death was also forced into a corner. On the one hand, there were only about 1,000 years left before the apocalypse. On the other hand, the river of eternal darkness had been sealed by the pillar known as the Celestial Worthy, preventing him from attempting to control it. It's too sinister and too much. Klein couldn't help but criticize the Celestial Worthy inwardly. At this moment, the Evernight Goddess's dream projection continued. As time passed, the seal on the western continent gradually weakened. With the passage of time, the seal on the western continent is gradually weakening. Those Sapphira instinctively or consciously use the uniqueness and high sequence beyonder characteristics that they symbolize, indirectly corrupting them and affecting the outside world. The earliest source of power that seeped out was the river of eternal darkness. It formed a tributary in the outside world through Gregrace in the second epoch. After that, in the fourth epoch, more Sapphira began to appear in the northern and southern continents and the 5-sea island. This is an important factor hidden behind many of the anomalies in the fourth epoch. In the fourth epoch, there are also various Sapphira that indirectly exert influence through the seal. It's no wonder Adam said that my understanding of the fourth epoch's history isn't deep enough. From the looks of it, Bansi Harbor retains elven customs. Apart from the fact that it was once an elven settlement, there are additional factors. Klein thought for a few seconds and smiled. I roughly understand. Is this the reason why you've been helping me? Chapter 1408. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection replied with a hint of a smile. If it's just to support a Lord of the Mysteries, then I should bet on Amon. At the very least, his chances of success are much higher than yours. Without waiting for Klein to ask again, he continued in a dreamy tone. The era buried in the olden days is our common memory. It is also the crucial period when our humanity was first born, sprouted, and grew. Even though I have lived a long life, it is still my most beautiful memory. You have its mark, so I am more willing to help you. Love me, love my dog. Klein concluded in his mind with an idiom. At this moment, he thought of the words Roselle the Great had written in his diary, home. Amidst his wistful silence, the Evernight Goddess's projection changed the topic. When you are ready, you can head to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range at any time. Of course, it's your freedom to choose. No one will force you, and no one can force you. You can choose to stop at a certain stage and not become a great old one. You cannot let the Lord of the Mysteries awaken in your body. Then, when the apocalypse arrives, you can wander to other galaxies and planets with the people and things you want to protect. You can avoid the attention of the outer deities and rebuild a civilization. Klein had long thought of this problem. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm not sure if Roselle ever said that you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. He had conversed with the Evernight Goddess in Jotun, and the proverb sounded a little strange when translated. Hiding was only a temporary strategy. It could not be used as a long-term strategy. After pausing for a moment, Klein continued. Although the universe is vast and boundless, the outer gods are clearly more familiar with it than we are. They are also more powerful and directly represent a certain aspect of the entire universe. It's very difficult to avoid their search. Moreover, even if it can succeed, it can only be stable for a period of time. The reconstructed civilization will be destroyed in less than 1,000 years. At that time, they won't even have the chance to become the great old ones. They will never be able to redeem themselves. This was because if he wanted to successfully escape from the invasion of the outer gods, he would have to give up all the Sephiroth. Otherwise, he would definitely become the focus of their attention. Not to mention roaming the starry sky, it was unknown whether he could even survive the first round of attacks. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection said softly, apart from the things directly torn from the outer deities, of the uniqueness and high sequence beyonder characteristics of other pathways, the outer deities of the outer deities might not care. As you said, it's just not necessarily. The outer deities should still have a certain desire for uniqueness and high sequence beyonder characteristics in similar domains. This can help them approach the pillar. Klein replied calmly. We cannot of beyonder of. The Evernight goddess of the moon of. In this aspect, you are more clear-headed than Roselle. Of course, it's also because he found out about the great old ones and the outer gods too late. Of. You have another choice. Use Pallas' method to degrade yourself and let Amon steal Sapphira Castle. In that case, you can live well as a Sequence 1 Archangel. You don't have to worry about the Lord of the Mysteries awakening in your body at all times. You also don't have to be too tired. In the religious canon of the Church of Evernight, there was a division between angels and archangels. Klein had always guessed that the latter referred to Sequence 1, and today, he had finally received confirmation. Of course, this was only the standard of a church. It didn't represent anything else. After hearing the Evernight goddess's words, Klein fell silent for a long time before asking, "Can Amon be trusted?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection said frankly, "I can't give you a definite answer." Klein asked again, "If the Lord of the Mysteries awakens in Amon's body, will he take back all the high sequence beyonder characteristics of the seer, marauder, and apprentice pathways?" "I don't know," the Evernight goddess's dream projection replied in the same tone. Klein fell silent again. After a while, he said, "Personally, I don't wish to become a great old one. However, I can't let down or abandon the existences that have placed their bets on me. They have more or less helped me. Once Amon becomes the Lord of the Mysteries, he will definitely help the ancient sun god reclaim the uniqueness and Sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, causing them to perish. Besides, Amon is a god who acts recklessly." The Evernight goddess's dream projection nodded slightly. "You've maintained your humanity quite well." After Klein made up his mind, he shook off his depressed state and smiled when he heard that. "If I don't maintain my humanity well, allowing godhood to gain an advantage, I will also make a similar choice. This is because godhood's instinct is to gather with me as the master." The Evernight goddess's dream projection chuckled softly. "Go make the preparations and meet Antigonus as soon as possible." Klein nodded. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurriedly asked, "Has Amon used Mr. Door's ritual to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection slowly replied, "If it were any other existence, definitely not. But if it's Amon, there's a 50% chance. He's adventurous by nature and seeks thrills." Klein didn't say anything else as he watched the Evernight goddess's projection vanish in front of him and watched the dream collapse gently. In his vision, the altar that he hadn't cleaned up in time appeared again. To him, heading to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and facing the Antigonus family's ancestor didn't require much preparation. He mainly relied on Sapphira Castle to create an avatar and steal the attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic that he hadn't digested yet. This allowed his main body to be in a state that could accommodate the uniqueness. As his mental state stabilized, even without Zeradal's remnant mental imprint, Klein could rely on his humanity, consciousness, and anchors to barely suppress a portion of the celestial worthy's awakened will. However, before that, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that he needed to do something. After looking around, he packed up the altar and dragged out Don Dantes' study from the fog of history. Sitting in front of the table, Klein spread out a piece of paper and wrote a letter to Mr. Aztec. As he had just finished writing the previous letter, there wasn't much content this time. He only briefly mentioned the river of eternal darkness beneath Calderon City and the death imprints that lingered on both sides of the tributaries. He mainly talked about how he had seen multiple Aztec eggers and his guesses about it. After folding the letter, Klein took out Aztec's copper whistle and blew at it. The skeleton messenger appeared in the size of a normal human. It knelt on one knee and opened its palm. After Klein handed the letter to it, he took out a gold coin from Sapphira Castle. "This is a thank you for the long trouble. If you can't take the initiative to receive it, hand it to your master and let him distribute it." This gold coin was one of Klein's 5 gold coins that had been tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle and had undergone a certain mutation. He had already used one of them to pay Miss Messenger's mail fee, and he had lost one to Merrick when playing cards. The skeleton messenger was stunned for nearly 5 seconds before it didn't dare disobey Klein's words. It closed its fingers and held the letter and gold coin at the same time. It then disintegrated and fell to the ground like a waterfall before burrowing in. Right on the heels of that, Klein took out another gold coin and placed it in his pocket. At the same time, he got the Worms of Spirit on duty in Sapphira Castle to glance at a particular crimson star. East Balham, in a cathedral that belonged to the Evernight goddess. As one of the first demigods to participate in the Rose School operation, Leonard Mitchell had already used a sealed artifact to arrive in the southern continent. However, he didn't find anything for the time being. This was because the demigods of Rose School seemed to have sensed the danger in the air and had simultaneously hidden themselves. This forced Leonard to wait patiently and be ready to be deployed at any time. Taking advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do, he wore red gloves and entered the cathedral's prayer hall. He could be considered to be pious in his daily prayers. In the dark and peaceful environment, he seemed to fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, Leonard opened his eyes, stood up, and walked along the aisle to the door. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. It was the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti, who was wearing a top hat and a suit. Leonard's pupils dilated as his eyebrows pricked up slightly. Klein, who was also praying, put down his hands and stood up. He walked past him and approached the altar step by step. During this process, the two of them didn't say a word, as though they were strangers. After arriving at the donation box near the altar, Klein took out a gold coin from his pocket and threw it in with a serious expression. Then, he changed his direction and left the church through another door. Leonard stood sideways in the main aisle and looked at this scene in confusion. He frowned slightly. At this moment, Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice echoed in his mind. "Find a chance to get that gold coin. In a house in Bakeland." Will Ossepton held a small silver spoon and focused on digging at the lump of light green ice cream in front of him. Suddenly, he stretched out his left hand and blocked the side of the food. On the chair next to him, Don Dantes' figure was instantly outlined. "I seem to have missed 2 of your birthdays," Klein said with a smile. "This is a belated gift." As he spoke, he took out a gold coin and pushed it to Will Ossepton. "This is a lucky coin for you." Will was stunned for 2 seconds before he mumbled, "Your birth present is a lucky amulet, and your birthday present is a lucky gold coin. You're really uncreative." As he spoke, he stretched out his chubby little hand and quickly took the gold coin back. Klein smiled, stood up, and disappeared. Chapter 1409. Byam, inside the Sea God Church. After the Mass, Alger Wilson had just returned to his room when he saw a figure appear by the window. It was the German sparrow in a top hat and trench coat. Without waiting for Alger to speak, Klein took 2 steps forward and said solemnly, "I'm here on Mr. Fool's orders." He habitually played the role of attendant of mysteries. Alger immediately lowered his head and pressed his right hand to his left chest. "Praise be to Mr. Fool." Klein nodded slightly and raised his hand to take out an item from the junk pile in Sapphira Castle. Alger's eyes reflected a short staff made of white bones. The tip of the staff was inlaid with tiny blue gems, a few of which were dyed black, and a few of which were covered with the light of dawn. Around the staff there were countless pure light spots. Illusory and ethereal prayers came from it, stacking on top of each other, making it look holy. Alger's pupils suddenly dilated, and he couldn't help but reveal some greed. As a Sequence 4 demigod of the Sailor Pathway, he was extremely certain that the white bone scepter in front of him was the symbol of Sea God's identity, status, and power. As he endured the slight dizziness brought about by the prayers, he cast his gaze at the world, German sparrow, and waited for the servant of the deity to speak. Klein raised the Sea God's scepter with one hand and said with a solemn expression, "This is a gift and trust from Mr. Fool. It's also a reward for protecting a large number of believers. No matter what happens in the future, I hope that you will always obey Mr. Fool's instructions and do your best to complete the mission he has given you." Alger acutely picked up on the hidden meaning. He suspected that Mr. Fool would encounter something in the future, causing him to be injured and hit rock bottom. Thinking that he had already left the Church of the Storm and had no way out, Alger pressed his left chest with his right hand and replied loudly, "I will only follow Mr. Fool." Upon seeing this, Klein nodded inwardly before repeating what he had said to Miss Justice and Miss Judgment. This made Alger heave a sigh of relief. After all, knowing what might happen in the future was better than not knowing anything. Without hesitation, he repeated what he had just said in an unusually solemn manner. Klein then handed the Sea God's scepter to him. "Get used to this sealed artifact and Sea God's daily routine. Once you're done digesting the cataclysmic Inter potion, you can use it to concoct the potion. Acting in advance can greatly reduce the difficulty of advancement." In fact, Klein could already remove the grafting and transfer the concept of the Sea God that pointed to himself and Sapphira Castle to Alger, allowing him to directly become half a Sea God. It would allow him to better adapt to this identity and act in advance. However, considering that after accommodating the Fool's uniqueness, he needed enough anchors to balance the celestial worthy's further awakening. The believers of Sea God were indispensable, so Klein decided to wait until his condition stabilized before completely transferring everything related to Sea God. Now, Alger was closer to an attendant who wielded authority. He helped the deity listen to and respond to prayers, but he didn't enjoy the corresponding anchors or identity. The owner of the Sea God's scepter was still Klein, and it was still pointed at him. This was the magical effect of grafting. Alger suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart and sincerely responded to German Sparrow before receiving the Sea God's scepter. Then, he deliberated and asked, "What negative effects does this sealed artifact have?" "Mr. Fool has already sealed it to a certain extent. The negative effects of the Sea God's scepter have been greatly reduced," Klein said simply. "It will only make the wielder a little more irritable now, causing the spirit to be in a certain state of chaos. In addition, it will drain the blood of the surrounding creatures every month. You can fly to the sea or an uninhabited island ahead of time." Thankfully, Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked about the beyonder powers of the scepter in his hand. After Klein roughly described it, he vanished from where he stood. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, after completing the additional preparations, Klein sat on the fool's chair and conjured a piece of goatskin and a dark red fountain pen. He analyzed the possible developments of heading to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and facing the Antigonus family's ancestor. If everything goes smoothly and enters the final stage of accommodating the Fool's uniqueness, the goddess will definitely remove the concealment. This is because only by doing so can that region interact with reality. Only then can fate be intertwined and achieve the effect of fooling others. From Mr. Doerr's apotheosis ritual, accommodating the uniqueness will definitely cause quite a stir. Once there's no concealment, this matter will definitely be noticed by the other deities. Furthermore, the existences who are concerned about this matter will definitely be paying attention to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Once there are any changes, they will know immediately. In such a situation, there will undoubtedly be interference, destruction, help, and support. It's very important to figure out who is an enemy and who is a friend. Otherwise, there's no way to make targeted preparations. The goddess is definitely on my side. If she were an enemy, I would have long been concealed countless times. It's impossible for her to grow to this level. To put it simply, if she wanted to sell me, there were many opportunities in the past. Furthermore, she can sell me for a very good price. Furthermore, to her, support of whoever becomes the Lord of the Mysteries won't affect her. She can decide based on her preferences. Adam has yet to bypass the seal and obtain the river of eternal darkness. The ones who don't wish for Amon to become the Lord of the Mysteries the most are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Once anyone attempts to destroy my ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, they will undoubtedly help me and provide assistance. Apart from these four true deities, the remaining sequence zeros are Visionary Adam and the true Creator are Amon's fathers, so the chances of them helping him are definitely higher than just watching from the sidelines. Earth Mother has bet on me through Emlyn, but she won't definitely help me at critical moments. To her, patiently waiting for the outcome might be the best choice when there are no benefits involved. The primordial demoness state is strange, so she can make any choice. The god of steam and machinery's attitude is ambiguous. She is neutral or making a private deal with Amon and Adam. I don't have the chips to move him. Apart from these true deities, among the less common sequence zeros or near sequence zeros sentient existences, the Lord of the Abyss, which is also the dark side of the universe, is suspected to have been corrupted by the mother tree of desire. He will only occasionally respond to the prayers of the blood sanctification sect. He hasn't exerted any influence on the real world for a long time. Similarly, the chained god is in a similar situation. What they will do depends on the mother tree of desire's thoughts. And to the outer deities, delaying the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries should be a consensus. Under such a premise, preventing me from accommodating the fool's uniqueness will only cause me to be at an absolute disadvantage in the competition with Amon, allowing the outcome of the competition to be quickly decided. The mother tree of desire's most likely strategy is to acquiesce or even help me accommodate the fool's uniqueness, preventing the balance between Amon and me from tilting. After that, she will repeatedly destroy our inclination and attempts to converge, delaying the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries until the apocalypse. The Red Angel evil spirit definitely hasn't recovered to the level where he can get involved in such matters. The hidden sage is very mysterious, and it's difficult to guess his thoughts, but he should know that I'm hostile towards him. At this point in the analysis, Klein summarized: allies, Evernight Goddess, Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Enemies, Visionary Adam, True Creator, Mr. Error, Amon. The neutral ones who are on my side are Mother Earth, the dark side of the universe, and the chained god. Neutral to Amon's side, Hidden Sage, neutral with a vague attitude, Primordial Demoness, God of Steam and Machinery. Yes, regardless of how far Adam and the true Creator have fused, I'll use the worst-case scenario. I'll treat them as the ancient god of the sun, a sequence zero true god of dual pathways. The goddess has the uniqueness of a twilight giant and death. Although she hasn't accommodated them, she should be able to gain initial control over him by using that golden bird-shaped accessory as a medium. Even if she isn't comparable to the ancient god of the sun, she will definitely be able to hold him back according to Amon's calculations as a sequence zero true god of dual pathways. The Lord of Storms needs at least 2 out of the 3 of them to have a chance of stopping him. On the surface, my side still has a certain advantage. Klein looked at the contents listed on the paper and muttered to himself as he focused on thinking. However, this advantage didn't include neutrals. Klein tapped the edge of the long modeled table and considered the worst-case scenario. The primordial demoness, hidden sage, and the god of steam and machinery had chosen to help Amon based on their dealings under the table or their own preferences. This way, even if Earth Mother were to participate in the battle, Klein's side would be at a disadvantage. The god of steam and machinery would offset the remaining one of the omniscient and omnipotent 5 pathways. The primordial Demonis would hold back Earth Mother, who had just obtained the moon's uniqueness. The hidden sage would face the dark side of the universe and the chained god, which had been corrupted by the mother tree of desire. The outer deity's powers that could infiltrate were very limited, so the hidden sage had a high chance of gaining the upper hand. Furthermore, such an offset was an ideal calculation. In reality, in such a chaotic situation, Amon, who wielded error, could come up with many tricks. It was possible for him to instantly find a weak spot and bypass the obstruction, causing Klein's ritual to fail and cause him to lose control on the spot. In addition, some of the deities who supported Klein on the surface might help Amon for reasons he didn't know. As for the sealed artifacts that could change the difference in strength between deities, Klein didn't know much about them, so he was unable to analyze them. I never expected that there would be a day when I would fleece the mother tree of desire. Yes, I have to make preparations for the worst-case scenario to prevent things from developing in this direction. Klein scattered the paper and fountain pen in front of him and cast his gaze at a special prayer point of light. His figure disappeared from Sapphira Castle and appeared on Bernadette's dawn. Chapter 14:10. Queen Mystic Bernadette seemed to have a certain premonition about German Sparrow's arrival. She put down the ancient scroll in her hand without any surprise and cast her gaze at the visitor at the door. Klein didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. "I want to borrow the magic wishing lamp for a day." Bernadette nodded gently and raised her hand to pick up the magic wishing lamp beside her. His invisible servant then carried the uniquely shaped lamp and brought it to Klein. Klein reached out to take it and said in a deep voice, "Thank you. Thank you." Bernadette didn't make any requests, as though she wasn't worried that she would accumulate wishes and die a strange death. She believed that Mr. Fool could resolve this problem, because this existence had shown his abilities in this regard the last time. In the next second, Klein, who had transformed into German Sparrow, disappeared from the dawn and returned to Sapphira Castle. After he placed the magic wishing lamp on the table in front of him, he immediately saw the wick ignite and emit a sticky glow, forming a distorted and blurry pale gold figure. "You haven't fulfilled your promise. I won't fulfill your wish according to your wishes," the genie said in a grand and dignified voice. "You should know that the current wielder of this lamp is Roselle's daughter. The first wish you make will accumulate to her, allowing her to accumulate 3 wishes and suffer the backlash of transcending the sequences. And this time, I won't allow you to transfer the number of wishes she carries to yourself." Previously, when Klein used the magic wishing lamp to escape, he didn't change the ownership of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. It still belonged to Bernadette, and its wielder was still Queen Mystic. Therefore, the wishes he made would accumulate to himself and Bernadette at the same time. Back then, his first wish was to transfer the 2 wishes that Bernadette had previously made to his name. This would clear all of Bernadette's wishes, and he would be burdened with 2 wishes. But at the same time, this first wish would also accumulate. Therefore, after it was fulfilled, the number of wishes on Bernadette would be 1, and Klein would have 3. Following that, Klein made a second wish. Without a doubt, it would be recorded on both him and Bernadette. In the end, Bernadette's wish count was 2, not exceeding the critical point. Klein's reached 4. Without any surprises, he suffered a backlash from the outer deity's laws. He died on the spot in Adam's Corpse Cathedral and successfully escaped. Under such a premise, any other wish that Klein made would cause Bernadette's wish count to reach 3. It was inevitable that she would suffer something terrifying. Of course, he could also mimic the first wish from the previous time and transfer Bernadette's wish count to himself, using up a chance of resurrection. However, the genie had already clearly said that he would distort such wishes and make them be fulfilled in a way that Klein didn't wish to see. Sigh, it's also because I was in a hurry the last time, and Roselle was affected by the primordial moon. There were still some loopholes in the wishes we discussed. Back then, I should have added a description to make the first wish only be recorded under my name. Or, I could have added another wish between the first and second wishes to transfer the ownership of the magic wishing lamp to me. After all, after my death, the ownership will definitely be cleared, and the magic wishing lamp will return to its actual owner. As Klein sighed to himself, he smiled at the genie. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with tampering or reorganization. With this lamp's level and your current state, I can completely rely on Sapphira Castle to graft its ownership from Bernadette to me. Or we can use another method and directly use theft. How about that? The blurry, distorted golden figure of the genie fell silent. After a few seconds he said, "That's right." After a few seconds he said, "Although you aren't as cunning as him, you're equally shameless. However, it's useless. After you accumulate your wishes and die suddenly, the ownership of this lamp will still return to Roselle's daughter. And I will distort the rules and record your wish to her. Also, I just said that before you fulfill your promise, I won't fulfill your wish normally." Klein maintained his smile. "I once heard a story about investors. When a company is in trouble, the ones who are more willing to provide aid are definitely the original investors. Although they have already paid a lot, if they don't continue to pay, it's very likely that they won't be able to recoup their investment and lose all their capital. Of course, if they can use other methods or channels to get back their share, or if they can exchange their capital for greater benefits, that would be another story. What type do you think you are?" The genie looked at Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, and laughed. "After gaining further control of Sapphira Castle, you seem to have obtained the eloquence of a swindler. However, unless you help me remove the seal now, it will be very difficult for me to affect matters at the Sequence 0 level. At most, I'll make you suffer a backlash from the laws that transcend sequences and die again without any resistance. However, this won't be of any help to what you want to do now. This is because death means failure. Furthermore, you should know very well that losing control during the advancement will affect all your avatars. It's not something that can be avoided by severing the connection." Klein smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I haven't thought of a wish. I'm just making preparations." At this point, he looked at the magic wishing lamp. "Actually, this lamp has another effect that can affect Sequence 0. I heard that a true deity once tried to destroy this lamp, but he ultimately failed." "That's right. How can a lamp that can seal an outer deity be so easily damaged? It definitely has the powers of the Lord of the Mysteries or Sapphira Castle attached to it." As he spoke, the smile on Klein's face gradually became more obvious. "It would be a waste not to use such a sturdy object as a shield." The genie fell silent and didn't respond for a long time. After such a friendly exchange, Klein and the genie exchanged their opinions and reached a preliminary agreement on the fact that they shared a common destiny. Then, Klein placed the magic wishing lamp into his pocket, prepared to use it at any time. After doing all of this, he cast his gaze at the fragment of light related to the Hornacis mountain range in the fog of history. He was almost done with his preparations. Next, he would create an avatar and steal the undigested attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic from his body. Then, he could face the ancestor of the Antigonus family. And this could very well trigger a battle of gods. To be frank, Klein didn't wish for this to happen. This was because there was a high chance that a battle of gods would have a rather negative impact on the real world. Ro's redemption had prevented the primordial one from reviving and assassinated the ancient sun god with the help of Dark Angel Sasphur. It had directly brought about a disaster that affected the entire eastern continent. This caused more than 99% of the living beings there to die, turning the terrain into an abyss. the War of the Four Emperors and the Pale Disaster had nearly destroyed the northern continent, causing countless people to die and mutate. It caused mountains to turn into lakes, valleys to change, rivers to change directions, the land to collapse, and the sea to turn violent. The battle between the Evernight goddess and the god of combat had happened in the astral world, in the divine kingdom of the Evernight goddess. Furthermore, it was rather short, so it had the least impact on the real world. However, before that, the full-scale war that had lasted more than a year had drained the blood and tears of countless people. If it was possible, Klein was really willing to give up Sapphira Castle and live as a Sequence 1 or even a Sequence 2 angel, allowing things to develop in the most peaceful manner. However, along the way, there were already many people who had given him kindness, helped him, and believed in him. If Klein were to say that he was giving up now, he would be pushing them into danger. This wasn't kindness, but selfishness. From ancient times until now, which successful person didn't bear the fate of many people? If he gave up, what would happen to those people? The members of the Tarot, the believers of the Fool in the City of Silver and Moon City, Aztec Eggers, Rionette Tynker, Will Ausepton. Faces quickly flashed through Klein's mind. Finally, he let out a long sigh. If Amon was trustworthy, it wasn't that Klein couldn't hand over these matters to him. However, this god of deceit had always been unscrupulous, and all his believers were himself. If Klein were to give up just like that, ignoring his own safety, the people or demigods he had just thought of might be captured by the enemy or put on a monocle in their right eye. Among them, Will Ausepton and the Fool's believers were in the most danger. Believe in the might of deities, but don't believe in their benevolence. This was Klein's decision. When facing the Evernight goddess, he used the Lord of Storms and them as examples to tell her that he wouldn't let her help down. This was the existence that had placed the most bets on him. If Klein were to give up, the Evernight goddess might have to pay an even greater price to obtain the River of Eternal Darkness. She might even never obtain it. This was because after the two pillars, the Lord of the Mysteries and God, appeared one after another, it meant that the threat of the outer deities would be reduced to a minimum. There was no need for additional great old ones to be born. Few, after that, I'll use Sapphira Castle to graft the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to the astral world. This will prevent the battle of gods from causing damage to the real world to the greatest extent. It will also allow the goddess and the other deities guarding the crack in the barrier to fully unleash their strength. After all, most of my supporters are orthodox deities. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a solution. He then snapped his fingers and used Sapphira Castle to create an avatar and stand by the side. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes for Monday PS2. Due to the changes in the operations plan, there won't be any pop-up recommendations for all the characters' birthday events on Chidian after April 15th. Everyone, just give a like to whichever character you like. It's free, and there's no need to spend money. Also, Little Son's birthday will be in the next 2 days. Everyone, look for him on the event page and give him a free blessing to get a badge.